Hello. Welcome back to the So Much Cosplay Show. I am Cheryl Sloboda Whited, and I am so excited to be with you tonight on this Friday night. We are going to be doing all sorts of fun, cool stuff. I've got Mr. Spooky here all lit up, and I've got different cosplay on the set tonight. Tonight, I decided to bring out this awesome Harley Quinn cosplay because we were talking about the Power Shine glitter and foils on the last show, and I thought that you would like to see the rest of this outfit, but it also has one of the cool new things that we're going to be talking about in a few minutes. Now, I don't know about you guys, but everyone and their brother, it feels like, is super excited about Raya and the Last Dragon, which premiered today. And if you have not yet been to our Facebook page at So Much Cosplay, we have shared an awesome group of cosplayers. Most of them are good friends of me and our network, our cosplay network, the So Much Cosplay Network. You have Canvas Cosplay, Shining Polaris, Geeks a Go Go, so many amazing cosplayers who are so excited about this new this new movie coming out because there's finally a Southeastern Asian princess in the Disney universe. And of course, that representation matters, and it's very exciting for cosplayers who are finally feeling seen and have characters that they can cosplay. So I'm very excited about that movie. And if you do get a chance, check out the group cosplay by my pals on our Facebook page. So there's that going on, but also no spoilers. But this is the the last episode of the WandaVision. Oh my god, I almost like blew right out of my own mind. But how about the costumes that are being shown? And I don't know about you, but I know a lot of people are talking about doing all sorts of cosplay. WandaVision is still one of the top buzz cosplays that I'm hearing about. And so the finale is just making that even better, and we're so excited to see all of that. But I gotta tell you, you know cosplay, we are starting to hear the little rumblings here and there of conventions starting to plan to come back in the fall. Now, I don't know about you, but I have not yet received my COVID vaccine. I am patiently waiting here for mine. I know that my husband and we pretty much have decided that as soon as we get our vaccines, that we will be excited to go back on the road again. But in the meantime, we are hoping that by the fall, everyone will be vaccinated and we can get back to conventions. So while we're starting to hit some of these year milestones for the last conventions that we had all been to, one of them, the last big one that we went to, was C2E2 here in Chicago. And that show was, it feels like more than a year ago, but people have been sharing a lot of C2E2 memories this past week, and we all miss it. We all want to go back. So we're very excited about that. So tonight, I have a pretty darn cool product to talk about and show you a little bit more about how it works and why you would want to use it in your cosplay. So What this product is called super structure foam. Now, the word foam should not confuse you for thinking that this is an armor building foam, that it is like EVA or EVA foam that many cosplayers use to make armor out of. This is actually a sewable foam, and it has almost like a sponge like consistency in the center here. We're going to turn the other camera on here in a second to give you a good look at this up close. But this comes in black, and it has this black core, or sort of gray colored core, but it's darker than other products on the market. So what's awesome is that this comes in 60-inch wide pieces by 1 yard, or 60-inch wide by 2 yards. So if you're looking for this product on our website, somuchcosplay.com, you're going to want to look for either the 1 yard or the 2 yard lengths of this product. So I'm going to bring the camera over, and we're going to check out this foam. So here we have it, and what we have is the foam here. That's the sponge material I was talking about. So this sponge, it basically is it bounces back when you squish it. Okay, so this is not the kind of like dense sponge foam where you push it down and then it's permanently dented. This actually bounces back. Now, the cool thing is this has a fabric lining on both sides. So this is what they call tricot. It's just, the tricot is just the type of knit weave that's on this. Oh, did I freeze? No, I didn't. Okay. So that's just the knit weave on the outside here. The interior foam, like I said, is this amazing sponge-like material. Now, on one side of this material, and this is the side here, you can see all of these little micro dots. And those micro dots are actually a fusible coating. And what that means is that you can take your iron and you can iron fabric to this material, which is awesome. So that means that you can basically take this material, and one side of it, you can actually put fabric on here, put your iron on it, and that fabric will fuse to this and it will stay stuck, which is, a huge advantage when you're trying to manipulate this layer in between other layers of fabric. Now, the other cool, feature is, again, it comes in such huge pieces. Oh, thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. This comes in such big pieces that you can start to design really big cosplay designs. So I'm going to come way out here, and I do have a pattern to show you that is a perfect example of where you would use this in a commercial pattern. Now, I have a lot of things that I have made that I've designed myself, and I would not, I've used superstructure foam in that stuff. But this cosplay, this is Yaya Han, and this is one of her brand of patterns. You can get this at Joann's or Hobby Lobby, or any of those fabric stores that still sell patterns. And what you're going to see here are these shoulder pads and these shoe covers. They call them shoe covers or boot toppers. And of course, I love this very superhero like look. It's really awesome. And this pattern is calling for something on the back here. it calls for, and you can see it right here, it says it's calling for headliner fabric. So, for those of you that don't know what headliner fabric is the stuff that you would find in your car. So imagine that, the fabric that's in the roof ceiling of your car. When you push your finger up into the roof, you know that the fabric has that little bit of give. That fabric that you're in your vehicle. So I know you're all gonna, like, next time you get in your car, you're all gonna be like pushing at the roof in your car. But I gotta say that this is similar to headliner fabric, but better. Okay, so when you are seeing a pattern that like this that is calling for headliner fabric, yes, you can buy headliner fabric. You can buy it at auto supply stores. You can buy it at some fabric stores. You don't go out and buy headliner fabric. Instead, you want to use superstructure foam. Now, why do I want to use superstructure foam over headliner fabric? Well, one, this is designed to be sewn and used, with other fabrics. Where headliner fabric has sort of that fuzzy fabric coating. If you do look at the headliner fabric in your car, you're going to see it's made of all different kinds of materials. So that fabric is already attached to headliner foam. So if you're looking for that, you're going to see that, already fabric attached to it. This has the fusible coating on it. That coating is ready to accept a fabric onto it. So what's really cool about this product versus the other ones, you're going to have this material that you can iron directly to this, and now you're going to have uh, any kind of fabric that you want. So here's an example of a very, very tiny mermaid tail. And this mermaid tail is made of superstructure foam. Now, this is why I love that this edge is not a white edge or a different color foam edge. There's different colors that can come inside of uh, these edges. Sometimes they're white, sometimes they're like a tan or a beige color so that they blend in with your skin. But I love the black because when I cut into this, if you happen to see the underside, you're seeing a darker color under there. You're seeing the gray, the gray or the black. And to me, that's just a better look than having all of this be white or flesh colored, because that's the other colors that you might find this type of sponge material, and that would be what it would come back at, in other brands. So what about this, okay, is you can again have fused this fabric to the top. I've also top stitched it. So this gives me the ability to have all of this detail. If I wanted to, I could, on this little mermaid tail here, I could uh, stitch in some scallops or something for all of the scales. You can see that here also on the top for this is like a little kid's tail. But what this does is it gives all of this really amazing volume here, which is what we're trying to go for. Superstructure foam is great for things like, bulking out shoulders. You could even make a full muscle suit out of this. You can do all kinds of really cool stuff. But the top stitching is, one of the really beautiful ways to add a lot of detail. So what's really neat about this material, and what I think sets superstructure foam apart from other products is its superior, as I like to call it, crushability. Now, not every product like this has the ability to be completely crushed, wadded up, smushed, and completely, just crunched in a suitcase, a bag, anything. And this is the best part, it pops out and pops back 100%. So these creases are not going to stay in the material. They're all going to fall completely out. All of this foam goes back to its original shape 100%. And so, yes, the fabric itself is creased, but they're all going to pop out. I guarantee it by the end of this video. So what does that mean for us as cosplayers? Well, if we're making a costume like this and we have big, huge pieces that we need to pack and take with us to a really big show, then that means that we can basically fold these cosplays up, put them in our suitcases, not having to worry about all of the this material, and you can pack it and you can travel with it. It can go on the airplane, and you know that when you come back, you will take that out of its suitcase and it will go back to its original shape. Now, if you do have a fabric that is on top and it's creasing like this, then what I would recommend that you do is you take a handheld steamer. You can get these fairly small handheld steamers. They're pretty inexpensive. They're about 10 to $15 at, Target or Walmart. You go into the fabric care section of your store. You can pick up one of these little handheld travel steamers and you can steam this fabric and these wrinkles will come completely out. So if you have a fabric that's really not able to put an iron on, a steamer is going to be your best friend anyway. But for this, this is the fabric from Yaya Han. This is fabric from the cosplay fabric collection by Yaya Han, and you can get that at Joann's. But these here, again, because we have that, you can see too that the fabric is still very attached. It does not like come off with moving it around or squishing it in any way. So that is really one of the biggest uh, traits about this particular product that I think makes it a superior cosplay product. So again, if you didn't know, what you would want to make out of these, you can look for commercial patterns. They do have pieces that will call for that headliner fabric, but instead of using headliner fabric, you're going to want to use superstructure foam. So I do have other designs here to show you. Here is the, well, this is the big piece. I'll show you the small piece first. Okay, so here is a piece of superstructure foam, and what I have done is I have ironed it to a piece of red and a piece of black. And this is to show you that you can actually stitch pieces of superstructure foam together in order for your costume, your cosplay, to have different dimension. So this is the same as the collar that is on the mannequin, which we'll show you a picture of here before we come back from the break. And so you can see here, all this dimension. Now, if you're wondering, like, how did I come up with this shape? Of course, watching a lot or reading a lot of the Harley Quinn original books, where she had the black and red outfit, the idea of having a like a jester or harlequin costume, or the neck piece, really spoke to me, and I really wanted to come up with an idea of making this sort of you know um elaborate neck piece for this costume. Now, the costume itself is another simplicity costume, but this neck piece is a design that I had to come up with. And where did I come up with this shape? By looking uh, at my lamp and looking at my lampshade. So this piece here, if you imagine all of the lampshade pieces next to, one after another, that is how I came up with this layout. Now, this curve here allows the costume to have that really beautiful curve. And that is what I really like about the one that is, the finished piece that's on the set. So this is just to show you that, yes, you can piece these pieces together. You can sew directly through there. Once you get to all of them, you want to, you would just put all of them side by side by side here. You can see that it becomes rather unwieldy. And on the ends here, this section is where some lacing was added. So all I did was put in some, hand set grommets. These are just grommets that come with a pair of pliers, and you just plier those in and you are ready to go. So this neck piece, which I'm gonna fold around here, you can see just how big it gets. And what's really cool is then you're able to attach a trim around here. I just used regular bias tape. That would be, they come in fairly small packages, but you can get all different colors. You could do black if you wanted to. I actually chose white. And the reason is I felt like, because of the comic books, you wanted to have just that bit of contrast to kind of highlight the drawn, at least to me, the idea of the drawn lines, but also including the giant pom-poms. And those pom-poms went on each of these points. And so that created that sort of Paul Dini style look to the collar. So this super awesome super structure foam collar has been this thing travels with me all over the place. It's usually one of our main displays at any major comic book show we go to, and we often get asked all the time, can I buy that Harley Quinn costume from you? How much is the Harley Quinn? And we always say, nope, nope, we're here to teach you how to make it. You can make it yourself. So, and just in case you thought that this design and the Harley Quinn design is not for you, and you want to have something a little bit different, I have actually made the exact same shape of this collar in a brocade, so that you can see that you could do this as well. So this is, a fairly fancy fabric. This is from Joann's. And again, we have the exact same shape, and you have the collar that curves up here. If this feels, again, what I did was I was just very fussy in how I cut out these panels and fused them with that glue that's already on the material. I just fused that material right to each panel, and then came in with this super, very elaborate trim. Now, if this feels very Game of Thrones to you, that's because that's intentional. In the last season of Game of Thrones, there was a lot of this feeling and these high-necked collars that were worn by Cersei Lannister. So if you wanted to uh, create any of these elaborate collars, superstructure foam is a really amazing product in order for you to try, in order to get, just the shape and also that volume that happens with this material. So I think that if you haven't thought of something to try this with, it will come to you. Trust me. Here's just another couple ideas. As a matter of fact, this morning I thought, man, I would really like to make, the headpiece for the Scarlet Witch. And this material would also be very, appropriate for that. You could make the whole headpiece and, iron on a red fabric. And, again, since it's made of this soft foam material, anytime you would need to pack that headpiece, you would just be able to fold it up and put it in your suitcase. Whereas making something out of the armor foam or anything like that, you would have to, specially pack that, be careful of the paint, all of those details. And I think if you're going to do the version of Wanda from the Halloween episode of WandaVision, then this would be a great material to do her headpiece from that episode. So I think that when I got up this morning, I thought, man, I really should make a WandaVision headpiece out of some superstructure foam. That would be really, really cool. So again, this is just a really super simple crown. I did just sew on the back here a little piece of stretchy elastic so that this little crown can fit anyone that I would like. I did put on this little shell. This could be, great for kids. If you have kids, this is an amazing little fun project to do with them. You can see there's really hardly any sewing here at all. It's just the foam and a few, your iron, and then a few stitches. You could even do this with a couple of staples. I don't recommend it, but you could. And then it would be a completely no-sew project. But this is a super cute little crown. And then of course, if you wanted to, you could make one out of gold. This was my my near tiara for Wonder Woman here. So again, just some top stitching to make that sparkly material look elegant. And so yeah, you could make a very cool couple of crown ideas for making this with your superstructure foam. Again, this is completely enclosed. And so we're going to have one more project to show you when we come back from our commercial break.
Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Onrie Compan, For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yisun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it.
We're back. It's Cheryl. How are you? Welcome back to the So Much Cosplay show here on The Experience. I am so, again, excited to spend this wonderful Friday with you. As I was saying about our superstructure foam product, it is amazing, and you can look at how just cool that this collar is, the way it wings out and it stays there. If you've seen my Doctor Strange cosplay, that collar sticks way up like this high. That all gets that volume from here. But here's to show you, just some of the things that you can do with this foam. You could create this, instead of creating this as a collar or a shoulder piece, you could make it as a giant hat, and look at just how amazingly it stays up. It does not need any metal or frame or structure in here. This is all just the foam doing that work. And so if this is a product that you have not yet ever tried, I encourage you to give this a thought, because it is super awesome. So I have one more super structure foam project to show you with this, and then I have another really cool sort of history lesson and all sorts of other stuff going on. But we're going to bring our little camera over, try to get this. There we go. So what I have here, as you can see, are a bunch of shoes. And aren't these the coolest? So, of course, we're all thinking, the little winged shoes are very comic book, right? They're the Flash, Namor, of course. I think of the Submariner, has the little wings, but of course, if you wanted to, you could make them as angel wings. That would be very cute. I've also got them in like a dragon sort of style. But this has superstructure foam in these actual wings. And what's really cool is if you have a pair of high tops, or let's say you have a little kid and they have a little pair of high tops, you can make these and just put in the grommets at the same distance as the holes on the shoe, and you have these adorable little shoe wings. So there is actually a whole pattern of shoe wings. They're called shoe wings. I looked at calling these something else, and those names were all taken, or they were inappropriate. So since this is a family show, I'm not gonna use that. But these little shoe wings, you can see here, I've used some of the Power Shine glitter that we talked about last week. And so this is another great little use for the Power Shine glitter. I needed to make these wings look more like butterfly wings, and I just did that with a little bit of that Power Shine glitter, just ironed on to these little butterfly wings. So this pattern, which is pretty cool, it comes with 5 different shoe styles to choose from. And just to show you how it works, you need to use it with superstructure foam. So here is the superstructure foam, and here I'll just show, I'll put this shoe here, there we go. And what you are going to do is you're going to iron the superstructure foam onto one side of your piece. These are right sides together. And what I've done is I've ironed around the piece of foam, or sorry, stitched around the piece of foam, my sewing machine. And then I have clipped it with my scissors about, I want to say, 1/4 of an inch away from each of these stitch lines. And so now what we need to do is we need to turn this inside out. Now this is pretty attached to the fabric, so it's not going to come undone as we turn it, but we've left ourselves this little opening here, and we need to turn this inside out. So what I'm going to use here is this tool, and it is called the precision turning tool. This is something we do sell at So Much Cosplay. So you can use one of these turning tools, which just looks like a very like, it almost looks like a ball stylus. So if you do any kind of leather working, you may have a tool that's similar. But this one, I love this because when I put it down on the table, it doesn't roll away from me because it's got that hex style to it, so it doesn't roll off the table. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to take the edge of the foam and the fabric. We're going to start to push it in on itself just like that. And now we're going to use the turning tool to do most of the work, because we want this whole piece to turn right side out. And so look at how easy that is with the turning tool. Now, again, if you have a stick, the thing about using like a sharp pointy stick, or even, you know, the edge of your scissors, I've seen people use the edge of their scissors. Yeah, don't do that to your scissors. um but what I love about this tool is because this end here, this is rounded, it's not, first of all, it's not going to hurt me, but it's also not going to poke through any of my stitches, because you can see here, you can see the edge of my stitching, but that pointy end is not coming out. And I love that, because then I can get a sharp point on this project without the edge poking through my tool coming out of the other end of my fabric. So it's really gentle on fabric. You can see here I'm getting that nice sharp point here. And that, if you just take the edge of this and roll it along, you're going to get that whole seam to lay down really nicely. And you get this really, I think, you know, just, it just makes the fabric tuck under way nicer. Now, to finish this little guy off, you would tuck in this edge, and or you can trim it and then tuck it, but sometimes you don't need to trim it, you can just tuck it in. And let's see, we get that little guy stuck in there. And you can even use your turning tool to make sure that all that fabric is laying straight and not bunching up. So once you get that closed like this, now you can take your sewing machine and stitch across that edge, and that will allow your shoe wing to be closed. You can also then take your sewing machine and stitch down on here to create some dimension in your shoe wing. And one of these shoes has the extra purple one in it. It's like down in the bottom of the shoe. Here's some more fairy wings. One of these shoes has it. I know it does. There we go. Here it is. It's hiding. There we go. Okay, so we've got this one here that we've created. And again, we're going to keep tucking that edge in, and then we're ready to put in our grommets. So once you have done all of the stitching, and here's that top stitching I was talking about, that just gives it a little bit of detail, and that makes it look more like a bat wing. And now you just need to measure where on the shoe your holes are and set your grommets that same distance apart. So these are really great for like a casual cosplay if you wanted to do bat wings or something like that. If you don't want to make 4 sets of wings, you could always just make 2 and put one on your left shoe, one on the right shoe. So that would be another way, but great for casual cosplay, great for all sorts of different, additions to your outfit. Again, if you are trying to do like Namor or the Flash, you could do those kind. I think these are really cute, and I'm telling you, like, they're great for kids. If you have kids, they're going to be a project that would make Halloween and all year round super fun and easy. So again, my friends, Superstructure Foam is your friend. It is going to be the stuff that you're going to want to look for on the So Much Cosplay website. I named it appropriately. This is one of our own products. This is something that we were part of the manufacturing process for. We asked for something special and we got it. Was very excited about this. So this particular product, Superstructure Foam, can't wait for you to try it out. So that is not all, my friends. I am wanting to tell you about this little guy, and I mean little. Look at how tiny these things are compared to my hand here. You can see right here on my cutting mat, they are only, they're about 3 inches tall. Not even, oh yeah, just barely 3 inches tall. So what are bodkins? You have probably heard of the word bodkin, and maybe not known that it was a sewing tool before, but a bodkin actually refers to 2 different types of sewing tool. And most people, when they hear the word bodkin, this is the tool that they're talking about. This is the typical bodkin that is, I guess, traditional. Is that what I would call it? Traditional. This is the traditional bodkin. So what this is it's like a clamp. It's like a little mini clamp. You can see its little teeth there. Don't put this on your skin. It will hurt. And it has this sliding bar on it, and that is what increases the tension here on this edge. So if you put a piece of fabric or a ribbon or something in those teeth, that is what's going to cause the tension to grip that material very, very, very tightly. So these bodkins were typically, it's a very, very old sewing tool. This is not anything new. This is not something that came around in the past 10 years or so. This is something that we're talking like hundreds and hundreds of years old. So they still make them they're still incredible to use for sewing, and I'm going to show you exactly how to use this. The other type of bodkin out there is this little guy. Now, this one is this little rubber cap is a little more new than the ones that we have seen in the past, but sometimes they would have like a rubberized or a plastic cap, or in the olden, I guess the older ones you would find, they would be covered with beeswax here on the tips so that it didn't, this, I guess, metal wire doesn't poke your fabric. And what these are used for are to thread uh, things through channels on fabric. So these both can be used for that, but this one specifically, as you can see, looks kind of like a weird sewing needle. Okay, and so this is a bodkin, and we do sell them, and we sell them in this awesome 2-pack. So if you do get the bodkins from us, you'll get one of each. Now, what's cool about this is if you have ever had that drawstring come out of your sweatshirt, or out of your pajama pants or anything like that. This is the handy tool that you're going to want to use to thread that back through the fabric. That's what this little end is for, is to put your string or your ribbon or your drawstring through that end, and then feed this whole thing through the fabric. So I'm going to show you what that is like. Now, what I have here is just a tube of fabric that I have sewn. You can see it's just about, what is this, about a 1.5 inch wide piece of fabric folded in half and then just sewn with a little 1/4 inch stitch. Now, for me to turn this tube right side out, I would need to, I could use all of these complicated turning tubes. You can stick straw down here, and then you would take another tool and you would shove it down the straw. There's all these crazy ways to turn a tube inside out, but let me tell you, the bodkin is often called the sewist's third hand. And that's because these little teeth, that when you grab onto the fabric like this and then slide this little thing down, now you have this this grip on this tool that you can then start to fold the fabric around, and this will push through and allow you to turn this tube inside out. So of course, we're going to try this like on live on a live video, which always, like scares the what out of me. Cuz I'm like, it's not going to go right. You watch. But it'll go. You watch. All right. So what we're doing is we're just pushing the end through, and we just got to get this one little piece here. Sometimes you can take a sewing pin and help it by getting that fabric down in there. There we go. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to loosen the grip on the pin, or on the end here. You see that? We don't want that to slide down. So we're going to push that up as far as we can because we don't want that to come down. But we're going to try to roll the fabric over the bodkin as best as we can. And I like to stand it up on the table and sort of like shimmy it. Like I said, this was a gamble to see if this would even work live on video. I'm sure it will. But this is how you can turn this tube. Now there, I've got it started. So now, because this tube you have this whole stick here of the bodkin to push with. And you're just going to continue to gather up the fabric on the edge of the bodkin and then sort of pull it off the other edge. There we go. Just like that. I know I'm shaking the camera an awful lot, but you know what I'm getting at here. So we're going to turn this whole tube inside out using a bodkin. So, you know, again, there's all these complicated tube tools you can buy that you'll only use once. I'm telling you, the bodkin is going to be your all-purpose go-to tool. So there we go. There's the bodkin. Now we've got it. And I can slide the tube down on it, and that's going to open up the teeth and it'll let me get the grip. And here we go. Let's pull the rest of this out. You've got the whole tube turned. You know, again, these are, there are like expensive sewing tools you can buy that will do all of this for you. And I'm telling you, the bodkin is a really inexpensive little tool that you can get that will do this exact same thing. So now we have loosened the fabric out of the teeth. There we go. Pull that out of there. And there is our bodkin, nice and free. And all we have to do is just get this one end to turn. There we go. And there is our turned tube right side out. So this would be the way that you would use to make spaghetti straps. Okay, so ladies, if you're making a spaghetti strap dress, you would have to turn those tubes. That bodkin going to be super helpful. So this one is the other tool, this tool here. Now let's imagine that this is the waistband of a garment and we have this fabulous ribbon that we want to lace through here. And I'm going to just trim this ribbon. There we go. And what we want to do is to lace this through this ribbon, through this tube, or this skinny waistband. Well, that's where we're going to use this particular one. And so what we're going to do is we're going to just loop this into our little needle-like thing. We could even tie it if we want. All right, so there we go. We've got it tied in there. And now we're just going to feed this. Now, if you've ever had to feed something through a lost string on your hoodie or whatever, you have these, you probably may use a safety pin, but a safety pin is like this long, where now I have the ability to have this whole bodkin. That's the length of it there. I have the whole thing in here, and it just allows me to continue to push and pull this awesome little thing through. And now I've got my string through. And how easy and convenient was that? It was so much easier than trying to thread a sewing, a safety pin or something else like that through here. So these are what I would consider like invaluable tools to add to your sewing box, right? You probably, may have never heard of them, or if you did, you might see these in an old sewing box and think, what in the heck are those? These are what they're for. They are to help both turn your things inside out, or, and I'm gonna pull all this out. I'm gonna pull that out one more time. Here is the last use for this bodkin. So you can do this exact same thing with the string with this clamp version of the bodkin, and then you can just feed this through. So there's no tying involved or whatever. You can just start threading that right through here, and you'll get that whole piece. So again, for drawstrings on bags, drawstrings on pants, drawstrings on your hoodie, whatever it is that you're trying to get threaded through. This, like I said, we call it the sewist's third hand. This is, an incredible thing to hold something together while you're sewing at the sewing machine. If you want to make sure that this thing doesn't come undone and you don't have, your pins around, you can use it for that. This is one of those tools that I consider essential in the sewing box. And I know a lot of people don't know about it, or I've looked for these at like the big box stores and they're not really around. And so if they are, sometimes they're way bigger than this one. And this is the perfect size that goes into any small like spaghetti strap or something that you're trying to make that would be, small enough that you can still use it anywhere you need to. But, again, for your sewing box, if you don't have one of these, you're going to want to get one. And what's awesome is the way that we carry them in this 2-pack. So this 2-pack, they are from Japan. So they are, super high quality. You're going to really get a lot of uses out of them. I think they're one of the things that even a non-sewist could probably use them if you've never tried them before. But for a cosplayer, we're always looking for things that are here to make our jobs easier, not harder. So having tools like this in our toolbox definitely makes having the getting our sewing done in a more efficient way. And let me tell you, like there's times when I need to thread elastic or something crazy. This is where I want to use something like this, because elastic is already so fussy, and you just put that little clamp on there, push this little bar down, and so it's nice and tight, and that is not coming apart. Like these are super clamped down hard and ready to go. So if you've not seen or tried a bodkin before, this is your chance, because you can get them at somuchcosplay.com. So my friends, we have talked about so much today. We have definitely given you a wonderful primer on how to use superstructure foam. If you're going to go look for this, there's 2 different sizes. So I hope you enjoy that. And of course, a little side little history lesson here on the bodkin and how to use that in your sewing. It has been a fantastic evening with you guys. I hope you have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed having the cosplay here to show you, and I hope you stick around to see virtual signings with Onrie, who's going to be coming up next.
Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Onrie. For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yisun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it. You're watching Virtual Signings with Onrie, the live event show. What's up, everybody? Welcome back for another awesome episode of Virtual Signings with Onrie. I'm your host, Onrie Compen, and I hope my guest is here. He's here! Come in! Travis Gibbs in the house!
What's going on? How are we doing?
Welcome, dude. How you doing?
I am doing well. It's been a long day shipping out, some Cthulhu Invades Oz. I launched my Kickstarter today for Broke Down and 4 Dead Bodies #4, the last one in that series. So it's been a crazy comic day, man.
That's awesome, dude. Dude, honestly, you are such an inspiration to me, especially throughout this whole convention pause, whatever you want to call it. I have seen you just constantly going out there, hustling, getting campaigns together, getting them funded, collaborating with other creators, but most importantly, supporting other creators. I see you backing so many different campaigns. And honestly, dude, I've hit you up for advice on countless occasions. You actually put me up to a lot of trouble with Indiegogo, because now I'm doing a campaign because you've inspired me to do it. So it is just such an honor to have you here today. And we got you got your Kickstarter for your book, your series. So why don't you tell us all a little bit about it?
Yeah, so Broke Down in 4 Dead Bodies, this is the last issue of that series, of the miniseries, which is great. I've been working on it since 2007. I took a pause, to have a kid, things like that you do. And it's finally finished, man. The 4 issues, 119 pages between it. Broke Down in 4 Dead Bodies is about 2 guys, Randy and Denver, break down on the side of the road. They have everybody after them, from the mob to gangsters to police officers to a biker gang, all of them out to kill them. Lots of guns, lots of violence, lots of F-words. It's like a Quentin Tarantino movie.
And I love that about all your books. Kind of have that flair to them. Like one series that I love that we actually have in stock, and I'll pull it out in just a minute, is Voodoo Nations. But we'll get to that in a moment. Tell us about you got Broke Down 4 Dead Bodies. This is now going into its final Kickstarter campaign for the single issues. So you got all four single issues are done. You have realized your vision. How does it feel to get to this point? How long did it take for you to get here?
I mean, this has been in my head since 2003. I was in film school, and I did a short film. I started in 2007. I did the first 40 pages, took a break. And then I just came back to it in 2017. My wife looked at some pages. She's like, "You have a full comic book?" And it's actually at the time it was 2 issues, because it was 2 20-page issues. Why isn't this published? And I had no good answer. So it really got me back into the Kickstarter game. I took a year from 2017 to 2018 learning Kickstarter. I took classes and learned how to do it, learned how to get everything right, got all my pages colored and ready to go. Took those 40, made it one good 30-page issue, to make sure it was perfect. And now we're at the end, having it all done. We're ending in a double-sized issue. It's a 40-page issue. And it's amazing to have that feeling. You've already been through this, but this is my first. I have had things that are complete, like Cthulhu Invades Oz and Dog Days, where I've done my part and I'm just waiting for other people to finish. But this is all me publishing, getting it out. Every word is written by me. It's a different feeling. It's a different vibe. And I'm so excited, man.
Dude, I'm excited. I love the concept. It's a series I definitely want to. I'm definitely planning on backing the campaign. You got some really good retailer incentives. So anybody who's a dealer, be sure to check it out in the $50 range. Travis is offering a really, really nice perk for anybody who's dealing, and I am definitely going to be jumping on that because I think this is a great series. And so far you've sold a whole ton of these. You've been moving them through your Kickstarter, obviously, but then you've also been contacting different dealers and moving them through there. You've been set up at certain store signings, some small shows that have been taking place. So, and now you're on the virtual signing show, the live event. And guess what, guys? The books are for sale, right?
We'll sell some books.
You got books for sale. All right. Do you got anything you could show us right now? You have the first 3 issues, right? Available.
The first 3 issues. Yeah, we can sell some first 3 issues. Let's show some covers and sell some stuff. Let's see what we got.
Let's do it, brother.
So the first 3 issues. So this will prep you for the Kickstarter. Then you only have to back for the last issue, which is great, right?
Absolutely.
All right, let me get some covers out here. Sorry, I wasn't as
Don't worry, brother.
I wanted to be. Yeah, I'll show you guys what I've got. So what we're doing for the Kickstarter, which is kind of neat, I'm reprinting issue 1. So everything you see here, this is the last time they're available. I'm going, these issue 1s are going out of print to do the new Prestige edition, to replace. So I've got 2 covers here. This one's done by Carl Moline. It's beautiful. And I'm selling this super cheap. I'm only selling it for $5. $5
for a number 1.
For a number 1.
On the air right now on the Kickin' Show. All you got to do is call it as you see it. Now, this
Will
is
do.
The event show. Sorry.
Yeah. I've also got 1 more left of this. Since my last one, we'll have to go 10 for it. But we've got this last one of that cover. Again, all these are being replaced. If you back the Kickstarter, you're not going to get those covers. You're going to get the new number 1 covers that I'm presenting in the Kickstarter. The other thing I've got here is a couple of Richwood All. Anybody who likes electric black, I've got some of his variants right here. $10 each. This is his variant for number 2. Got that, which is really cool. We also got the issue 3, the standard. That's going to be $5. That's all 3. But wait. One of the things that my boy here loves about me is I'm a marketer, so I do cool marketing things. So let's see some of these cool marketing things I've got today. I have right here this. Can you guys see that?
Oh, black and white cover.
It's a black and white for issue 3, but here it is. It's on a sketch paper, hand numbered by a little Walter Osley.
Oh man. Walter Osley, guys, is
what is that? What's that
Andy signed it.
I've got 2 of these available for $25 each, and I'll sign it as well. All hand numbered. Again, they're limited print because they're numbers for issue 3. For issue 2, I apologize. For issue 2, no, this is issue 3. I've got that one, and I've got for those who are big into the Indiegogo scene. There's a big guy over there named Jim O'Reilly. I know you know him just because he's big in the comic scene. He did this baby. These are not signed by him, but they're like I said, hand numbered. And look at that beautiful cover for issue 2. This is going to go for $20.
Those are beautiful, Travis. Honestly, your presentation is spot on, and I think that has a lot to do with marketability because and you know that you've done the work. And you're proud of that work. Selling it and marketing it and pushing it becomes it becomes natural. It doesn't feel like you're selling like a used car. It feels like you're giving people a chance to experience something really, really wonderful. The fruits of your labor,
And I try to make it special, right? I give these artists their own cover, their double-page spread. And I run it limited, and I want it to feel special, not only for the artist who's donating their time, but also for you guys, the consumer. I really want that to be a special experience. This cover is unique. You're not going to get anything like it. It feels different. It has a different vibe to it. And that's kind of my signature for Broke Down and 4 Dead Bodies. I have these artist editions that are very, very special and very, very rare. me see if I've got anything else in my broke down library here.
When you pull it out, whatever the next book is, do you mind showing us some of the interior artwork just so
Oh, yeah. Let's do that. Let's do that.
And maybe tell us a little bit about the the breakdowns, like how your production process works.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get to that in a minute. So let's look at some of these inside. Let's look at an interior. So for Broke Down and Four Dead Bodies, we've got we've got kind of a anime kind of style here. Beautiful interior. And again, one of the things that that you've talked about me in the past, these books are not your normal 20-page books. This one right here is 30 pages. Issue 2 is 25, and issue 3 is 28. And that's story pages, not other stuff. So you're getting more bang for your buck. Let me show you a couple of the double page spreads and the.
You know what the artwork reminds me of, Travis? It's Steve Dillon. I see and feel a lot of Steve Dillon. And for those of you who don't know Steve Dillon, he pretty much was the artist on Preacher and Punisher for a very long time. His artwork is fantastic. And yeah, I mean, just the sense of composition and motion is it reminds me very, very much of Steve Dillon's work.
I could absolutely see that. You've got some really cool scenes in here. That's where he's getting some dead bodies. I'm very proud of my artist and what he's done to kind of pull off these really, really cool things. So I'm happy with everything, the way this came out and the way what's going on. And by the way, if anybody has any questions, please leave it in the comments and I'll gladly answer them. But my process of doing this, I do a comic over the year, work on it, try to get everything all taken care of, trying to get all my teams together. I try to get up and comers like when I got Walter, he was an up and comer. He's now, Middle Shark Bro guy. So he's got all sorts of. Jim O'Reilly's done a whole bunch of stuff now. And then Rich Woodall, Electric Black, you can't, these guys are heavy on. They just signed an animated series. Carmeline, he did all the Buffy comics back in the day. He did Avengers Arena, a whole bunch of other stuff. So these are big Marvel and DC guys who I'm having doing these covers and doing this work, and they want to work on this book because they know it's going to do something. They know it's going in grander places. I've never pitched this book to anybody to get it to somewhere else, but that's my plan. Now that I'm finished, I'm going to put it around. So next time you may see this, we have a Scout logo or a source point. And these ones are going to go up in value,
That's amazing. And you know what? I could totally see Broke Down and Four Dead Bodies finding a home at either one of those outfits. I think those publishers are doing really, really cool stuff. So, now you're getting the 4th issue done. I'm assuming that you're going to probably do a trade after this. And then, what's the plan after that? Are you planning on doing a sequel? Or is this just kind of like a one and done story?
There is a sequel. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that immediately. I may work on some other stuff first. Finish some Voodoo Nations, work on the sequel to Cthulhu Invades Oz. So I don't know, but yeah, there's a trade. And the trade, we're going to put that out in like June. But we have all sorts of cool stuff that's very, very different connected with that. I'm adding another 20 pages onto that as well because I give you your bang for your buck. So even though you get this, and this will have pages that aren't in the trade. So if you bought the single issues, to get the whole story, you're going to need to buy both. I really like to give people extra stuff, when they do it. But yeah, we'll go to the trade. Probably wait a little bit. In Florida, we're kind of opened up so we can do some conventions and some other stuff, which really gives us a huge edge over other places.
all other 49 states.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, another thing I wanted to mention too is your hands-on approach to making comics in general. So you had mentioned that you were taking that year off to learn about Kickstarter and get your book done and everything. So what would you say was your main takeaway from that year? Because that's kind of what 2020 was for me. When conventions stopped, I stopped and I looked around me, and it took me. I was learning from other people that were, all of my contemporaries, yourself included, and that's kind of what brought me to where I am now. So,
right.
just out of curiosity, what kinds of lessons did you learn that helped you with, Kickstarter and getting a better understanding of how that all works?
Well, what it did is it taught me, A, that I can do it and what it looks like when I do it. How do I build this, brand, building me as a brand and what that looks like, what do I say on the internet? Do I, make myself less silent? Do I make myself more vocal? How active am I in the community and building that stuff? Because one of the secrets to comics, and you could probably share this, because you're not one of those guys. There's tons of people who are writing comics in the indie scene who haven't read a comic since the 90s. They haven't. They don't love the modern stuff. They hate it. And the reason why they're in comics is to bring it back to something it wasn't. That's not me. I love comics. I read indie comics. I read Marvel comics. I read DC comics. I'm a man's man when it comes to reading this stuff and soaking it in. So taking all those things, what's working, what's not. And that's when when I came out with Cthulhu Invades Oz here. When I came out with this book, it was looking at the market and what's going on. What can I do to make them special? Just like the other one, I made it special. I actually have a treat for you. I've been charging it the whole time. Hold on. Check this out. You ready? See this? Oh, man.
You got the dark cover, guys.
Hold on.
Dark cover.
Let me see if I can get it with the black light. Can we get it with the black light? No, we can't quite get it. I promise you it glows. But yeah, we have a glow-in-the-dark cover. This was a labor of love, 166 pages, all put together. Some of the greatest creators in indie comics right now. We've got Jonathan Hendricks, who's huge over at Recount. And I am selling those and signing them if anybody's interested.
Yes, guys. Call it as you see it. You know what to do. Hit us up. Let us know. And Travis will sign your stuff on the air. If you need witness signing, we're here right now. This is it. You guys can go back to this very moment, and you will have your witness signing right here. Travis will sign your books for you. Call it as you see it.
Yeah, the other thing that we'll do, too, for this is I have a big signing on the 12th. So if you're not worried about CGC, you just want the signatures, I'm meeting David Bryan there, the guy who created Stake, co-publisher of Scout. Kyle Willis, who did one of the covers, is going to be there. Joel Rodriguez, who does all the development, he did a story in here. He's going to be there. David Galliano from Mad Cave from Savage Bastards. Joel Rodriguez, not Joel, I already said Joel Rodriguez. Jonathan Hendricks, the Recount guy, he's going to be doing it. I can get it signed by all of those guys for you. And get it sent out. So we could do really cool things. And I got two covers. This is the more expensive one. This is 40. And the basic, where's the basic? This is the basic, which is also a beautiful cover. Right there is 30.
So, Travis, about Cthulhu Invades Oz, what inspired this story, this collaboration, this anthology? Why did it speak to you? And what is it? Why is it so important to you?
What's important about it is, I'm going to leave that baby right here. Leave that there. I think we can. Nobody can see it.
I wish I had a copy so that I could hold it up for you. But
yeah. So what makes it special is this book. When I wanted to make it, I went ahead and asked all my friends who I knew were above me, all my guys from Scout, all my guys from Source Point, all my guys from Action Lab, and I said, hey, I have this idea for Cthulhu Invades Oz and doing an anthology. Because everybody does anthologies. If you look on Kickstarter, there's 7 to 12 Kickstarters or anthologies every day. But one of my skill sets that makes me very unique is I'm a role player. So I used to run a game called Werewolf the Apocalypse, and I ran it for over 150 people. Like I ran large games. So one of my specialties is taking someone's story and making fit into a bigger universe. So we took it and we made it into one book. And so this is, even though this is an anthology, it's one cohesive story. There's a beginning, middle, and end to this book. That's all put together with all those amazing creators. And some of the ones we didn't talk about is Richard Rivera, Kurt Brilcher from Source Point, Russell Noltes, a fan favorite for everybody. All these guys got together to make this amazing book. So we were super proud of being able to do it and get it out there and get it to where it needs to be. So yeah, it was a labor of love. You know, it took me a year to develop it and get all the teams together. It took, you know, a long time to fund it. You know, funding, you know, my average funding prior to that was, you know, $5,000 or $6,000. Trying to raise $25,000 is a big undertaking.
That's
it's not easy.
Yeah, I still have not had a campaign where I've been able to manage such an incredible feat, and I was just so utterly impressed with what you did. And Travis, I just want to mention something right now.
Yeah,
we got you in just now. I just backed your campaign on Kickstarter. You are officially $50 further to reaching your goal. So I just want to let you know.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Waiting. No, of course, man. I said I was going to back you, and I meant it. And Travis is now over the 50% mark, guys. So even if you don't pick up anything on the show, it's no big deal. We always can get it. Travis and I have a good relationship, and we'll always be able to get stuff. Do us a favor. If you're gonna do anything, go on Kickstarter right now. Mike just did a mic drop. Holla. And you guys can just click on the link, go to the Kickstarter. I did the same thing. It's right in that comment section, and you can click on it. It'll take you right there. You'll be done in just a second, and it's fantastic. I that's what I love about Kickstarter. But if you're interested in picking up stuff here, call it as you see it. I'm sorry, Travis. Go ahead.
No. And one of the things, you know, we mentioned retailers earlier. I always make special deals. One of the reasons why, you know, people love me is when I did Voodoo Nations, I had exclusive covers for all my retail partners. You know, and that there's no reason why that can't happen here. So if you see something, even if I don't have a retail exclusive, if you have an artist and we can work something out, I'm reprinting issue 1. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. You know, go ahead.
And that's a big deal. I mean, getting your first issue reprinted, you know, like I don't think people understand how big of a deal that is, because that's really when you realize, you know what, my book has exceeded my expectations, and now I'm going back to press. And
I've sold over 2,500 copies of issue 1. You know, I'm down to about 40 or so copies of issue 1 left. You know, I've sold everything from special editions to, you know, standard editions to all sorts of. And this one, what's cool about that for retailers and even yourself, I'm doing a spot UV. So it's going to have the logo that comes out, and there's some gunshot wounds. So some gunshots. So we can do some really cool things. And we can make something really cool for your store if that's something you're interested in. And I'm not even charging you extra for that. All I'm charging for, if you want something specific, like a specific cover, we need to talk about, you know, where the art comes from. If you need me to, all right, you just got to pay my guy. But I'm not one of those guys who ups the price of that. I want you to make money. I want to make that partner good. That's why Jen King backs every single one of my stuff at the retail level, because I give her something special to make it. I gave her, you know, her own cover for Voodoo Nation. She had a unique cover just for her.
That's awesome. And, you know, I want to speak to that for a minute, because you have experience as a dealer, or working in comics retail, or being a dealer yourself.
I used to work retail. So I ran a comic store for several years, actually 2. I ran one when I was like 16, and then I ran one when I was adult, between 21 to 24.
And that has obviously given you immense experience. I think that's the one thing I regret never having done, was actually working in the environment, because you really do learn so much. And I mean, just seeing how you're implementing everything, all of your marketing and, you know, all of your projects, there is a strong sense of an understanding of what this is about. It's about making relationships with your customers and maintaining those relationships by constantly putting out good content and putting stuff out. And another thing I want to point out, when I backed your campaign just now, I realized that the reward time, the reward fulfillment, is actually coming right up. So you waited until you were like, what, 95% done with the book before you did?
Yeah, It's being colored. It'll be colored in the next 3 weeks. That's it. It's been lettered. It's been, all the line art's done. It just needs to be colored. And the same thing. The next month, I'm going live with Voodoo Nations. The month after that, I'm going live with a new book, Expired. I built these things up, and I know the retailer. I think about not even just the retailer, the consumer. You want your book as quickly as possible. You want this book in hand when you back it. You don't want to wait months and months and months. That's not your job. And I know there's a lot of people who do that on Kickstarter, and they, basically pay for development on that. But that's not the kind of guy I am. I try to make sure it's as completely done as I can. And what's great about it is I build such good relationships and people trust me. A lot of my artists will wait to the end of a Kickstarter to be paid because they trust me and they know I'm not going to, I have a reputation of not only holding people accountable if they're screwing people over, but also making sure all my guys are paid. You'll never hear someone say, Travis didn't pay me.
Yeah. And that I think is an important thing. That's something I actually took, and why I've been so kind of like hesitant to jump back onto Kickstarter, because I want to be at that point where you're at right now, where I'm 95% of the way there, so that folks don't have to wait. There was a huge gap in between my last Kickstarter, I think about a year and a half.
Right.
And it was, I did it, and I fulfilled the rewards at this point. But regardless, it's just, you never know, and it's always better with production, because you never know what can happen. There's so many moving parts. You got your artists, you got your colors, and they have their lives, they have their fulfillments and obligations that they need to, take care of. So, I think the strategy of waiting to this point is really great for that reason, because now we know it's done. It's going to be done. But the best part about it is we don't have to wait very long. I think this is there's never been a better reason to jump on a Kickstarter and, just pick up on it. I mean, you get all 4. This is an opportunity for you guys to get all 4 issues, the whole run. You don't got to wait. This isn't an issue thing. It's not even an issue or 2 or 3. It's the whole thing. And the single issues, I love single issues. I actually prefer single issues to graphic novels, because I like the experience of opening these up, reading them, putting them back in their sleeves, and just putting them off. And those variants you showed off, Travis.
Yeah, we can go over them again. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we can show them again.
This is 3. This is the main cover. This is $5 if anybody's interested. We have the Walter Osley Artist Edition. Again, this is signed by him, Metal Shark Bro himself. Number 12 of 200. Number 13 of 200. $25. We've got the standard cover. Again, these are out of print. This is Carl Maline's cover. Beautiful cover. This doesn't do it justice. Guy did a lot of Buffy, a lot of Angel, all sorts of stuff like that. Jim O'Reilly's cover for issue 2. Beautiful, beautiful. And again, as we talked about, the interior art is just as good. Lots of stuff. You're getting more bang for your buck. Again, issue 1 is 30 pages. Issue 2 is 25, and issue 3 is 28. I don't skimp. We've got the Rich Woodall. If you are Electric Block fan, you've got that cover right there. Again, interior art kills it. Lots of fun, and it's hard. These are hardback books. They're not cheap. These are hard covers. And I got one more of this that I'll give away for 10. It's a beautiful first. This was cover C back in the day. And that's what I've got for breakdown covers.
I think that those covers, guys, are fantastic. And drop us a line. Let us know what's going on. We got Mike in the house. He's saying that Trish is going to back, him and Trish are going to back Broke Down and 4 Dead Bodies as soon as Trish gets home. They were spending the morning catching up on WandaVision. Have you checked it out yet, Travis?
I have not watched. I have to wait tonight with my wife when we're overtired and our kid is keeping us up to try to watch it, hopefully tonight. But yeah, I want to watch it. I'm super excited about it. Super excited about that ending. Really, really excited. But yeah, absolutely. That's one of my favorite shows. I love it.
So, aside from Broke Down and 4 Dead Bodies and Cthulhu Invades Oz, you've got another project that I am just in love with, absolutely in love with. I backed the campaign for it. I read the first issue, and I have to say, Travis, I've never been into the subject matter. In fact, I was turned off by it. But after I read your book, I was just, you pulled me in you grabbed me by the throat and you pulled me into the story. And it was really the main character that really did it for me, because it wasn't about what I was into or what I wasn't. It was about the fact that you were telling a story about a character and that we were able to relate to him. So can you go ahead and tell us about this wonderful book here?
Yeah. Let me show. It's one of the covers I got. This is a Stan Yak cover. So you guys may have heard of Stan Yak. He is all over the Turtleverse. His last Ronin cover sells better than anybody else's. Also did a book called Broken Gargoyles. Beautiful. This is a beautiful variant. It is obviously, this is the version. This is the rarest cover that we have for that. We charge $25 for this, but look at that cover.
That cover,
it's so sick, man. It's so sick. It's a beautiful thing. So Voodoo Nations is about
that's my favorite cover, by the way, is the Stan Yak cover. I really like that one. And is that a naked cover?
This is the naked cover. Yep, this is Virgin.
That's the Virgin. And how much are you doing this one for?
We're doing this for $25. We do have a one with trade dress for that too. Let's see if I got one here. This is the standard. We've seen that all before. Let's see what else I got. I think I may have a couple of store exclusives here for you too. My last couple that I may have. Let's see what I got here. Yeah, this is the with trade dress for that. That's for $15.
That one's going for $15, folks. Call it as you see it. That is a great book. And Travis, can you give us the pitch for Voodoo Nations?
Yeah, Voodoo Nation is about two missionaries. They go to Brazil. They're trying to, preach the word of God to a bunch of people who've already been saved by this wonderful guy named Bishop Lucas. That guy's kind of taken over the area, and basically it not only tests their faith, tests their marriage, as this voodoo priest does a lot of crazy stuff. And what's unique about the story and why people really resonate with it, it's very subtle. The way I do things, the way I write things, it's very subtle, but it's a dark book. So if you're into horror and a little bit of religious horror, like an Exorcist, you're going to really dig this book, especially as we go world trading. Issue 2 takes place in New Orleans, and we travel around and do all sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah, I think I love everything you said just now, and I totally. There's a lot of stuff that. I picked up on when I first read it. I love how we're not seeing everything from Bishop Lucas's perspective. We're seeing it from the missionary's perspective, but we're also kind of like peering into the future and then looking back and at how things unfold. It's like one of those things like here we are in the beginning, we're at the end, and then we kind of go back to the beginning to see how we got there. And I absolutely love how you did that. So how did you pick this story? How did you create the characters? Why voodoo? How did you fall into all this?
Actually, the way it happened was really unique. Somebody had asked me to write a voodoo story. And I wrote what they wanted. They had certain rules and certain things they wanted to do. So I wrote it as they wanted it. But while I was there, I started developing this other voodoo story that it came up. I had no interest in voodoo myself. They wanted really a possession storyline where someone was possessed and did all that stuff. But yeah, so when I did it myself, I tried to create it in a new way and really wanted a world trekking adventure. I have faith, but I'm one of those guys who acknowledge that people lose faith all the time. What does that look like? Why do they lose faith? And trying to address that.
Okay, we're going to take a break,
Okay.
And we'll be back in just a moment. And we'll be back. We'll be back in less than a minute.
Today's comics market is ripe with new titles by creators who are determined to get their books into your hands. My name is Onrie. For the last decade, I've been making and selling my own creator-owned comics and dealing as a collector in live sales. My signature series, Yisun Shin, is the book that cannot be defeated in battle and has over 250,000 copies in print. Now I'm taking comics to the next level and laying the groundwork for my fellow creators to get their voices heard so they can connect directly with you. This is your chance to engage live with top comic book talent and get your comics signed without having to wait in long lines or pay any fees. But remember, we only have a limited amount of their books in stock, so always remember to call it as you see it.
Hey, we're back!
Yay!
Hey!
Excited.
You're bigger than me, or I'm bigger than you. You
What?
should be bigger than me because you're the guest. You're the guy. All right. So we were talking about Voodoo Nations,
Yeah.
and we were talking about what got you into it and how you kind of like fell into this. So I had no idea that the Voodoo culture, or is it a religion, a culture, cult?
Voodoo is a religion called Voodoo, but the problem with it versus like Christianity, it's different per area. So if you're, Jesus is Jesus, right? If I'm in Australia, Jesus is the same Jesus is in. I mean, there may be variations based on if you're reading different texts, like a Book of Mormon or Muslim, and we're not getting into that part. Versus Voodoo. If you're practicing at New Orleans, it's probably not the same that you're practicing in Africa or in Brazil. They all have different spins, and the spirits are different based on the region. So some of the stuff doesn't always translate. And that's one of the things and why it's called Voodoo Nations is I'm kind of going, what if some of them were organized a little bit more than the others? What does that look like? And that's kind of the story, the deeper story, and why it's called Voodoo Nations and not, Voodoo Nation, because we're going to travel. We're going to see a lot of different voodoo priests. In the next issue, we introduced 2 voodoo priests, who have different motives and different thoughts. They're not all evil. I try to present it. Even though I'm a Christian, I'm not presenting voodoo as a negative thing. There is good people who practice it and believe in some of the spirituality behind it.
So how many Voodoo Nations and ongoing series is this limited?
It's a 4-issue miniseries with Luke Stone. So we're doing 4 issues with Luke Stone with the character stuff. We may do some stuff after. Again, it depends on how people like it. We've done very, very well. It's been received. It's actually been received bigger than Broke Down. It actually outsold Broke Down, my Kickstarter for Broke Down. But it could be just because it's the first issue. It could be because Bishop Lucas is really cool. I mean, this dude is cool. Like,
It's such a great character. And that's your 1A cover, right? The one you just showed?
Yeah, that's 1A. And have you ever seen this?
No, I haven't.
So this is the Lack of Trade Dress collective copy. So this is the collective initiative of a store out in Orlando. They have this copy, but I've got 2 of them here today that I can sell. And normally I sell them for $20. I'm going to sell them for $10 today.
$10 for a $20 book? That's a steal. That's 50% off. Call it as you see it.
That's one, Kingdom of Comics. Same thing. Normally 2010. That's it's got its own thing. And then this exclusive as well, Famous Faces and Funnies. Isn't that a beautiful cover?
That is super tight.
And that's what I do with my retail partners. I try to make them special. And when I do something with them, I want them to feel like they've got something special. And I'm willing to do things like this. Hey, what can I do to sell the book? So when I have a retail partner or, stuff, I want them to be special. And I want my guys to hunt them down, I know Mike has hunted down. I think they bought a couple of covers from you when I was last on the show, right?
Absolutely. We still have a couple covers in stock.
What do you got?
I got to go dig it up real quick. But I'll go dig them up. And I want to ask you a question. I'll be able to hear the answer. It's right out there. So when you're packaging everything and you're thinking about this, you clearly have some kind of vision in mind. Like, for example, when I put Yisun Shin out there, I had this vision of when I first discovered, the historical figure, and it was through you know, a DVD series, and I really loved the packaging and all this stuff. So when you came up with all your covers, and your covers are all sensational, and I'll bring out the ones that I have in stock in just a second. But what was your sort of like inspiration? Was there anything that you saw in comics in particular that said to you, I want to do it this way, this particular, you know, this particular approach?
Yeah, not in the cover side, but what I did was, which was super unique, is I really wanted to give it a vibe, and I'm going to open it up and show you guys who are paying attention. I give it a very grindhouse feel. You know, this is a double page spread of just the logo inside the book, so it feels like a movie when you're reading it. And that's my vibe, is making a slow burn movie where you're getting into this guy's head, getting into the darkness of this guy. The artist of this is Luke Stone. Some beautiful double page spreads. So we kind of built that. The other thing that I really wanted to do, and as you see, we've got demons and all sorts of stuff. One of the other things that I really want to do when I was creating this series is I wanted it to have something that made it special. You know, we do the artist edition for the broke down. So for these guys, we do a day and night variant. So this is the day version. And hopefully, you have the night?
Yeah, I got them. I just out right now. So
yeah, see, so I did. I've got a day and night variant of those. So that's kind of the special stick there. I mean, how much you sell those for, good sir?
I sell them for what you tell me they sell for.
Yeah. You know, I've sold them. You know, normally when you buy the pair, we do them for 12 or 15. So whatever you would like to do about it.
That sounds right to me. I mean, I love these covers, Travis. Every single one of them are really cool, and I love the day and night versions. That's really cool. So, how many variants did you do on this?
Oh my goodness, there is 12 variants for that cover, and just because of my retail support, not for me. You know, I did 5 myself, but you know, 1, 2, 3, you know, standard, the Staniak, the stuff, all, and it's because people demanded it. People really dig this character, really dig this comic. I sell these all day long. People hunt me down. Oh, you're the guy doing Voodoo Nations. Hey, can I get some from my store? It's one of my sought after books. You know, they're either after Broke Down or this, or now, you know, Cthulhu Invades Oz. But these are a little harder to swallow because they're a big book. It's thick, you know. It's hard to do, hard to flip rather. But people have put these Voodoo Nations on eBay and done really, really well. So I've had people come, flippers, trying to get pristine copies or good CGC because they do really well. I got a 9.9 on one of my covers.
That's amazing. A 9.9? That's crazy. Yeah. Why even?
Yeah.
What dinged you on that point? 0.01%. Do you even know?
Right? Come on.
I mean, like,
and I didn't know this because I had never seen a 9.9 at that time.
A 9.9.
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now? You guys?
Yep.
Everybody hear me? Okay, good. All right. So, what's the difference between? So, I figured I didn't even know a 9.9 existed. I thought it was just like 9.8 and then 10. Why even do a 9.9? Like what?
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting when you get that because if you get a 9.9 and 10, they're so rare. You know, you see them on eBay and stuff, but they're so rare. Actually seeing that gold, you know, and seeing that is really, really tough.
Yeah. So when so you actually have graded books then in stock as well, or did they?
No, that's just for me. I can get them graded though. I am registered CGC, so that's not a problem.
You
so
are?
if someone wanted, yep. So I can do it. And if I do enough store signings when I go to one of them, if someone wanted to wait or pre-order, we could get them. Me and the artist, because we're both in the local area, could do a dual signing. That's not a problem at all. You just may have to wait a little bit. But our new Kickstarter is launching, you know, coming right up. So,
yes. So you have a second issue coming up very soon, and about the production on that. How's it going? And when are you planning to launch the campaign?
Oh, it's done. It's 100% done. In fact, I should have probably even did it before Broke Down, not because of stuff, just because it's Mardi Gras, right? In New Orleans, in Mardi Gras would have been a good fit. I wasn't thinking before I launched, but yeah, it's 100% done. Again, Luke Stone's a workhorse. He worked. We got the book done. This is the way I do things. We got it done, ready to go. So when you see that Kickstarter, it's all done, and you're ready to get your book. You're going to get the digital the minute the Kickstarter ends.
I think that's fantastic, and I absolutely can't wait for that time to come. So you're going to finish out the Broke Down and Four Dead Bodies, and then when are you doing the Voodoo Nations one? Is it immediately after?
In April? I don't want to set a hard date because I need to wait for making sure my print. The negative of my printer has grown so much. I use the same printer as Scout Comics. That's why my quality is so big on my printing. And sometimes I have to fit it in between big Scout launches. So if Scout has a big launch, I have to push it a week or two. It's not long, but I can't get it, same week. I can normally get my print jobs done in a week there. But if Scout has a big job, it may take 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks to get it done. So that's going to dictate the April, because I don't ever launch anything else until at least 60 or 70% of it's done, shipped out. Like Cthulhu Invades Oz, the majority of the book is shipped out. The only ones that aren't is the hardcovers, because I just haven't got them in yet.
Mm-hmm. So, you've been mentioning that you've been doing some store signings, that there have been some events. What's your next big event?
So I have a private event, like we talked about earlier, for Cthulhu Invades Oz. That's on the 12th. So we'll be taking some pictures there, where all the Florida creators from the book, which is about 12 of us, are going to meet up. We're all going to sign the book together. Then on March 20th, I'm going to be at Kingdom of Comics. I'm going to be with David Byrne, from the co-publisher of Scout, creator of Stake. I'm also going to be with Roland Mann. He was a big editor over at Marvel. Did all of the Malibu line when Malibu was a thing.
That's awesome.
And I'm going to be with Trent Walker, who created a book called can't think of the name of his book right now. Last Stop, which is a superhero book that was done by Scout. But yeah, lots of. Okay, so there was something else I wanted to mention, or that I wanted to talk about with you while we still got time. So we're closing in on the last 10 minutes of the show here. And Travis, can you really quickly give us one more rundown of everything we got for sale? And then I got a question for you regarding another aspect of your marketing for all of your projects. Yeah. So this is the last thing I'm going to show you. So we're going to go through Broke Down. Again, they have the Kickstarter live, so you can get issue 4. You can order it right now, but you can save a couple of bucks by buying signed ones here, because I do not sign on my Kickstarter. So Carl Moline does this cover, $5. Beautiful Broke Down in 4 bodies. Again, 30 pages inside. We have the last of this. Is the last one I have. $10 for that's normally the cover B. Really hard to get. This is Rich Woodall. If you guys like Electric Black, he did my issue 2 variant cover. That's $10. In fact, I'll even sell it for $5. We'll sell it for $5 here during the show. Call it as you see it, right?
Call it as you see it.
Issue 3, we've got the standard cover right there, which is beautiful. And then we've got the specialty covers. These are all $20 a piece because they're hand numbered, only 200 printed, black and white artist editions of that. Beautiful. These are only for the Kickstarter. We printed a few extra, and you can get them. I have a double sign here from Walter Osley, the guy who does Electric Black. Beautiful. I've got that opened up here. So if you want that beautiful thing, we're going to charge $25 from that. But I mean, that is a beautiful cover. So that's what we got there. We've got Cthulhu Invades Oz. We've got 2 different versions. This is a 166-page original graphic novel. This is the standard edition. It's $30. This is the glow in the dark. This is $40. Again, we can get this signed by me, or if you want to wait for delivery, we can get it signed by at least 9 creators at the price of $30 and $40.
That is that should not be looked over.
Right. No, it's an amazing book. I mean, we raised $25,000, 700 backers. People dig it.
Absolutely.
I've got the Voodoo Nations Staniak variant.
The vegan cover.
This is the vegan cover. Yes.
Vegan. Yes.
Vegan.
Eat your vegetables, folks.
And you know what? I even got one of these left. So you could only get if you backed Voodoo Nations in the past and you're looking for something, I can give this ash can. You didn't back the Kickstarter, but you need this ash can. This was only for the Kickstarter. I don't even think I sent you one of these.
I have the ash can.
Oh, dude. Yeah, this.
I sold it to Mike.
Yeah, this is black and white. This is an original story that if you back it or if you got it after the fact at one of these stores, you don't have this. And I'll sell this for $10. $10. And then we have a whole bunch of variant covers for. We got the day cover, which I think you have the day and night over there already signed.
Right here, boom. And these are going for 12 between 12 and 15 a pop.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So we're gonna do them at 15 a pop, guys.
Yeah.
And these will be available on our web store tonight.
Nice. So if you want this collective vegan cover, this beautiful no trade dress collective, again, we normally go 20 for this. We're going to go 10. If you want the Kingdom of Comics exclusive in the throne, you can get that. That's going to go for 10. Again, we go for 20. If you want this beautiful, beautiful cover, this is the Famous Faces cover. Love this cover. This is actually probably my favorite out of all of them. We're going to go 10 on that.
I love that cover. I love close-up covers like that. It's just, when you're focusing on a specific character. But I think it's a tie between that and the Staniak cover.
Oh yeah, I mean you got to go Staniak. Trish was shocked to see the crossover cover with Mojo. Yeah, it's a cool cover. Really hard to get. I may be able to find one for you, Mike, but it's hard. It's hard to find those because you had to back that during the campaign. Again, I did so many covers. I'm seeing if I have anything special here. You know what? Look at this. This is Return to Sender sketch cover with.
Ooh.
Isn't that beautiful?
That is awesome. I love
this. Is done by David Submarine. Well, we'll go 30 for this. This is original art of the two characters fighting. $30 for original art done right on there. Voodoo Nations. That's the Postman versus Bishop Lucas. Beautiful, beautiful book.
That is solid artwork. That's a sketch cover for $30. Guys, those normally go for like $100 and up. That's an artist sitting at a table drawing and spending all like hours just to get a certain image together on a sketch cover. This is awesome.
And I will sign it because I actually wrote 4 pages in the back of that.
That's awesome, man. So
I can sign that. And if you guys if you're here and you are a big Broke Down supporter and you don't know about this, this is a secret thing I have. This is actually a 4-page backup. See, those don't even look like Randy in Denver, but that's Randy in Denver in the past. This is a 4-page backup in a book called The Advocator. This is the Virgin edition, the vegan edition of that cover. Vegan edition. And you can read, a classic flashback of, Randy in Denver before they became the big gangsters that they are, and this is the original printing of this. So you won't see that again. You'll probably see it in trade, but I think I'm going to recolor it. So it may even look different.
You never know. You never know. And right. Here's the thing I will say about you, Travis. You are probably one of the hardest working people in this business, just seeing how much you're pushing and doing everything. And I know that Mike and Trish are looking for a specific cover for Mojo.
This is right here. See, this is what they want. Right there. See, 2 books that connect. I literally, no exaggeration, literally have 1. That's it. These are all sold out. I have a couple of the Mojo Rising side of it, but I don't have any of the Voodoo Nations because people love it. Even people were buying this just for the design. They didn't even care about the other side because he's got a weird kind of cool pose. So yeah, I could do that. but I can't let this go for less than 50, and that's for both.
Okay, so that's 50 for both. Travis, hang tight because I'm sure Mike is probably talking to
County's
Trish.
law, right?
He's probably talking to, because Trish just called me about it the other day. And he said that Trish was shocked to see your crossover cover with Mojo Rising, and I know that she was trying to get a copy of Mojo Rising, a specific cover, but the artist was sold out completely of that book. So guys, call it as you see it. There's 3 minutes left, and Travis, is there anything else you'd like to say before we close out here?
So sold.
Done.
All right, we'll get that taken care of. I'll get it signed and we'll get it set up. But yeah, it's really impossible to have that. Let me tell you, like, really, Mike, you've got a really good deal, because I can't even fulfill, like, my guy who did that cover. I don't have any extras to give him, so I'm still trying to figure that out myself. It's really, really hard to get that. But yeah, I happen to have one complete set. I have one for myself and that one, and then Luke, the artist, has that one. There's literally 3 sets that I know that are available that are complete. So yeah, and I guess you own the 4th.
That's awesome, man. That's incredible. And in the last few minutes of the show, and here's what's beautiful about the live signings, guys. People can go back at any point, watch it, and contact you guys. And here, and that's the beauty of it, is that we run out, but then we go back to print, or we always got something,
Right.
And that's what being an independent creator is all about. And Travis, you always come slinging, man. It's always such a pleasure to spend time with you and to see how you're progressing with everything. You're a tremendous inspiration to me, and I appreciate the fact that I met you through this crisis, you want to say, but for me, I feel like it's a true gain, because now I consider you a friend for life.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I feel the same way. I think you are doing amazing things. I think this channel is great. I love everything Jen King does. I love what the experience is trying to do. And I'm sad we didn't sell as many books as I'd like to today, but not because I'm sad stuff, but that the people watching this don't know about all these indie stuff, because you put my name in a Kickstarter group or any of that stuff, or Mike knows, you could sell my stuff all day. So I really encourage you, if you've never looked into Kickstarter, just search for something you like. You're going to find some amazing creators. And 2 years from now, you're going to be able to make some bank on that stuff. And I think
people are making bank on it already. And
right, exactly.
Among them. And guys, we have Voodoo Nations in stock as well. We will be stocking more of Travis's stuff. We are at the finish line of this episode, but we will have Travis back at very soon, and we're looking forward to having him. Travis, thank you so much. We appreciate everything. You coming out here, you being here with us today, and it being such an important day for you with the launch of your campaign. I wish you nothing but the best of luck with everything. You're already more than 50% of the way there, so I have no doubt you're gonna get this funded. I hope you get all your goals, and champagne dreams and caviar champagne dreams. There you go.
I mean, I don't like caviar or champagne, so I'm not sure if that's going to work out for me, but for other people.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our episode. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We will be back next week with a brand new episode on the comic book shopping experience. And get ready right now, because we got another fantastic show coming up right after this. It is, let's see, what is the next show that's coming up? We got Talking Shop with Kyle Northrup, my producer, the man of the hour, Kyle Northrup.
I just want to sit here and hang out with Kyle. I'm not leaving, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm not leaving either. You're gonna literally have to throw us out, Kyle. I'm sure it'd be easier to throw Mini Onrie out than it is to throw out Big Travis, but but anyway, thank you. Oh, here he is.
I love both of you guys, but this has been a great show. Good luck on the Kickstarter, Travis.
Thank you, Kyle.
Not like you need it,
But it's always good to wish people good luck, right?
I mean, you always need it. You know, my wife, I've never quite made enough for my wife to be like, is this worth doing? Right.
That's fair.
I'm in
I
the,
come
same,
close.
I'm in the same boat, brother. Same boat. We're both there together, man.
You guys are welcome to hang out in the green room. We got to go. We'll be back in just a minute or so with Talking Shop Live with Scott James. So we'll be back in just a minute. Oh, I'm still here. What's up, the internet? I'm Kyle. You just saw me a second ago, and I forgot to take myself out during the commercial break. This is Talking Shop Live here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience. This is a show where we talk to artists and writers about what they do. We talk shop, literally. Tonight, our special guest is Scott James. Scott is an independent creator and an all-around great guy who has he was part of a Kickstarter anthology that's coming out mid-month, but we'll talk about that in a minute. What's up, dude? How you doing?
Hey, good, man. How are you doing?
Very, very well.
I don't have the snazzy background.
I only have the snazzy background, so you can't see the fact that my wall needs to be painted and stuff.
Well, hopefully I don't make people sick with the ceiling fan, so I apologize.
No. Hopefully people don't even know where this is, which would be nice, even though I'm pretty sure they do. See, this is going to start early, and it's going to be a problem the whole show. He's just going to be in the comments. Dirk
You're
Manning.
talking about Dashing Dirk?
Anyhow, so let's start at the beginning, Scott. Tell me how you came to be in comics. What drew you to this industry?
I was in high school, and I lived in a small town, and I did not have a comic shop. There was no comic shops. I mean, I'm damn near 50. So I apologize already for my language. I'm going to be 50 this year, and that was back when there weren't comic shops like there are today. So a kid in my art class had a subscription to X-Men. And I'm in art class, and I'm drawing, and I love wrestling, and I love all that stuff. So I'm drawing these muscle guys and these girls, and he turns around and he goes, "Hey, Scott." I go, "Yeah, Brian?" He goes, "Check this out." And he drops on my art desk a Mark Silvestri Fall of the Mutants. And I was hooked ever since. I was like, yeah, this is where I want to be. I mean, Dan Green's feathered lines over Silvestri's, beautifully rendered pencils. You can't go wrong.
No, absolutely not. And if I had a nickel for everybody who told me that they got into this because of Mark Silvestri, I wouldn't have to work for a living. Neither would any of them. So,
yeah, I just wish he would have stayed more truer to where he was than when he went to Wolverine and started doing the kind of Lee influence, Jim Lee influence.
Sure, absolutely. So you're primarily known. Is it for Juice Man? Is that the thing where most people would know you from?
Well, I'm self-publishing. A lot of people would know me from. I've worked for gaming companies like Dungeon. I've done stuff for Dungeons and Dragons. I've done collectible card games. I worked on the movie Small Soldiers, doing concept design. I started in '95, and I graduated from NIU with a bachelor's in illustration, studio art illustration. So then I started working professionally. Mark Nelson from the Aliens fame, from the comic book Aliens, he was my instructor, Yoda, if you will. So he was pumping out all of these gaming illustrators back in like the mid to late '90s before he left NIU. RK Post was one of my classmates. The Baxa brothers, sorry, they were there. The Moys, Jeff Moy from Legionnaires, Corey Karani, we all went to NIU. So he was pumping out all of our competition. So I was known there for a long time doing gaming stuff, and then I moved into doing comic work.
And it's funny, you talk about all those guys being at NIU at this, at the same time. About one of the things I talk to people about all the time is the Midwest is this wild hotbed for comic talent, and for artists in general. Have you ever given any thought as to why you think that might be? Why people come here?
There's nothing else to do. There's just nothing else to do. I mean, you draw. The Midwest, there's not a lot to do. I mean, I live in a small town, even still, but I've always drawn because there was, unless you're in Chicago or, the burbs, there's not a lot. So you draw, you game. So I was never a gamer. For me, my escape was always drawing. It was always, drawing comics or trying to tell stories. I used to mimic actual size comic books. I would look at them. Once the DeKalb, because I grew up by DeKalb, and there finally was a comic store, and I'd go there and I'd get the G.I. Joes, and Ron Wagner, who I ended up becoming good friends with, and was his assistant for a while. Before I even knew him, I used to pick up the G.I. Joes because I loved G.I. Joe, and as a child of the 80s, and I would actually recreate the comic book actual size. So for me, that was a great exercise because a lot of the pages I do now are closer to actual size than 11 by 17.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think that's, that process of trying to find something to do, then finding comics, then making comics is very true of people in the Midwest. I think it's, I'm in a bigger city than DeKalb, and the only thing to do here is to avoid Dirk most of the time. So
avoid the gravel roads. Right,
that's true too. If you wind up down at a gravel road, just turn around and go back. It's nothing good ever happens at the end of a gravel road.
Oh.
Especially if it happened to me. Last time it happened to me, I wound up on a gravel road. I'm going to tell a real story. I was driving a 2-ton van full of my inventory coming back from Comic-Con, and I broke 2 slabs.
Oh.
The box fell. Yep. One of the worst days of my life. Anyhow.
Oh, I can believe it.
So let's get back into it. So what how did you break into the gaming art then? I mean, you came up with all these guys who worked in that. Was that just your professor put you with a guy? And
Gen Con, well, back then, D&D was in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, right across the border. I mean, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. So we would go to Lake Geneva. There was Gen Con, which was the biggest gaming convention in North America.
Cool.
And that was held in Milwaukee. So Milwaukee's just north of the border. So I did Gen Con 95, and I started to pick up freelance work, doing black and white illos for FASA, doing Shadowrun, Battletech, that kind of stuff, Earth Dawn. And then, because you go to these conventions and you hand out samples, you just start pimping yourself. And, card samples, you set up a portfolio review, and, it did help that, Mark was our instructor, because he, Oh, I studied under Mark Nelson. I mean, there were sure signs. I mean, you could see the way that we rendered a line, and this is the way Mark Nelson would render a line. So there was a lot of similarities, especially when we first started to come out, that were very reflective of Mark Nelson's work.
Did you ever Artist Alley at a Gen Con?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Did you ever set up in the Artist Alley at Gen Con?
Oh, all the time. I did it for like 20 years straight. Then they wanted to, have portfolio reviews every year where you pay, I have to pay for somebody else who I'm a working professional and I have to pay for a portfolio review. So I took a break.
Yeah, they stopped doing that a few years ago, but Artist Alley at Gen Con is a very interesting place if you're an art fan, if you're an art collector, if you're a person.
And I was the only comic book guy there. I was the only one doing comic book prints, or people would come up to me with their comic book character or their characters, and I would do commissions on the spot. They were like, "Oh man, it's so great! We got a comic guy here," because a lot of times the gaming and the comics go hand in hand.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Artist Alley there still is a great place to find artists that you've never heard of, and then what's really fun is to say, hey, just draw Superman or whatever, and they're so used to drawing full landscapes or characters on that you get something that's just out of the box and unique, and you're never going to get from anybody else anywhere else.
Yeah, because when you go to a comic convention, you say, yeah, I want to draw, can you do Superman? It's like, okay, here's a headshot, or here, they'll add little bits of business. Like this is a piece I just did of Batman because I'm doing these sketches. Literally, I do the figure and then I start noodling because we want to fill the space, just trying to bring energy and whatnot. There you go.
That's so cool. I was just looking at that piece on your Facebook page. I'm going, oh, that's gorgeous.
It's for sale.
Yeah. Well, we'll get around to that here in just a second. But the other thing I think about gaming artists too is that they understand composition differently than maybe traditional comic book artists. Because so much gaming, especially art is, especially once you get inside the book, right? It's not a big deal. Like they don't put a lot of art inside a D&D book.
No, but they tell a story with one panel.
Right. So you've got to understand this whole progression that they're trying to get to, and you can do it in, a 2x4 space, maybe.
You're hoping that you get the half pagers because you've got more room to play than a little quarter illo.
Yeah, sure. I always like that about gaming artists is that they can do more with less than a lot of people that I've come across, which I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting part of the art community for sure. Yeah.
It was, it was interesting for when I was at the gaming conventions because fans would come up to me and, I'd sign their books or they'd start talking to me about these characters that I created for all these different gaming lines. And, wanted to know what I was thinking about when I created this character or that character and, what is his power level. And I felt so bad because I was not connected I was connected to the visual. I wasn't connected to I was given a description. I was given, this is what he basically can do. Make it cool.
Right.
So, and
connected to the mechanism.
And that was me, I was so far removed from, the actual story or that of the book. I was just supposed to do the kick-ass visual. And so I felt bad because you could see these fans were so connected to these characters that I had drawn or that I co-created. And I felt bad because I felt like they wanted more, wanted me to give them more information.
Yeah. So let's take a pause and talk about, if somebody wants to buy a piece of your art, like I'm looking at your Scott James Art Facebook page. Where can they contact you about picking up a commission, picking up a piece?
They can DM me on Scott James Art. I've got a Scott James art page as well. I've got prints that are available. I've got currently doing a series of headshots for $50. I just did this Doctor Strange. So they're $50 plus $10 shipping. And all of those proceeds right now are going to a project my wife and I are doing called Hiking to Heal.
Cool. Well, I'm not gonna let that go by. Tell me what Hiking to Heal is.
Hiking to Heal is I was in a car accident about 2 years ago, and I was rear-ended and by a texting teen, and I took a bed rail to the back of the head. And I sustained a major concussion and a traumatic brain injury, affected the way I talk. Sometimes I hem and haw. Got vertigo, all of that. So for 2 years, I've been, doing a recovery. And my wife and I are going to be hiking from Denver to Durango, 500 miles this summer. So currently, all the sales that I make art-wise are going to fund that trip. And then what we're going to do is we're going to blog that and do product reviews. We've got a few sponsors and create a calendar. And then all the proceeds from the calendar will go to Johns Hopkins Brain Research.
It's such a cool concept, that you're working on getting better yourself from this thing you've experienced, and then you're using your art to fundraise for this other thing that's a fundraiser for this other thing. It's really cool how you can pay it along,
That's what I'm trying to do. And the thing is that when we had planned this trip, we hiked the Maroon Bells 4-pass loop. And we did that 2 months after my accident. And we did that because my wife almost died the previous year. It was the 1 year of her. I mean, we thought we had lost her. And so we had planned a trip to celebrate her life, or second lease on it, so to speak. And then my son and I were rear-ended, and 2 months before we were getting ready to leave. So the doctor said I should walk. So we hiked the Maroon Bells. And it was brutal on me, just because of the accident, the vertigo, the tinnitus. I mean, I wake up every morning getting sick. So we wanted to give back and give more to that, because there was such a path that I had to take to get back to where I'm at, though I'm still not 100%, but we just want to bring more awareness to traumatic brain injuries, not only the impact it has on that person, but the family, because I mean, I was a different person after that.
Oh, absolutely. So we'll come back to that. We're going to talk about this stuff more because it's important. But let's talk about your self-published work.
Okay.
How did you come up with the concept? Like, I'm looking at Juice Man again. How did you come up with the concept for it? What are some? Tell us what it is.
Okay, Juice Man, I came up with when I was going to NIU in Mark's class. That was back in the early 90s. And that was back when guys would just lift their upper body and forget leg day. They'd skip leg day. And so there was a bunch of these guys that were walking around with these larger torsos and smaller legs. And I turned to one of my classmates and I go, "Oh, look they're a bunch of juice men." And we chuckled, and I did a little sketch, and Juice Man was born. And then I started to fill my sketchbook with Juice Man, the subsequent characters, all of that. And then I started working in the gaming industry, and I was doing more photorealistic stuff. And I'm like, oh man, I just wish I could just be free, and have those sketchbook moments again. And I was like, well, you know what? I've kind of created these stories with Juice Man. Why not have a living breathing sketchbook, and create these stories, and that be my sketchbook? So I started drawing Juice Man. I did two stories with Juice Man called Infinite Dreams Presents 1 and 2, with a studio mate I had at the time. And I ended up getting Hasbro work, and that's how I got the work from Small Soldiers. Dion Knuckles was an art director at Hasbro, and I handed it to him at a show, and he absolutely loved it, gave me his card. He called me that next Monday, and I was working on Small Soldiers 1 and 2. There was supposed to be a second. That never happened because of Phil Hartman being killed by Bryn. But so Juice Man helped me get that, the Hasbro gig, and then also helped me get work on Savage Dragon, doing backups for Eric Larson on Savage Dragon, and I did ad work for Marvel. I got ad work for Marvel UK back when they were going to do Spider-Man Enter the Dark, before they started launching the actors into the crowd. So I was doing basically the ad posters for the UK release of Spider-Man Enter the Dark, the Broadway thing. And I kind of went away from Juice Man, and then, thinking about it more and more and more, I started doing Mob Files, another story of mine. And I was like, well, you know what? I can do Juice Man pretty quick. It's more cartoony. It's more loose. It's a little freer. So I went back and revisited it and launched it about 2 years ago. And I've been putting it out on Tapas, free, page a week. And then I've just got issue 1 and 2 hot off the press from the printer. So
nice.
Yeah.
People can pick those up at the same sites we talked about before, right?
Yeah, you can DM me at. It's also on eBay, but you can DM me. They're $5 a piece, like 8 shipped. I've got a spot in the back inside cover for artist sketches, so, and those are 25 shipped.
So then, tell me about the other one, which is Mob Files.
Mob Files is kind of a labor of love. I've been working on it for a while with writer Cy DeFon. I wrote it. He scripted it. Frank Fosco from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles laid it out. It's just a collection of basically mob tales that are being told by an old grizzly kind of private detective. So, and they all tie in together. I'm partway through issue 2 right now on that.
Nice. I like mob stories. So are they based on real stories, or is it completely fictionalized, or is it a little bit of both?
It's completely fictionalized. It's kind of with almost like the Crypt Keeper, Tales of the Crypt meets the Sopranos. So they kind of got a real weird twist at the end. I'm a big Alex Toth fan, and I always loved how Witching Hour, you would have the 3 witches introduce and conclude. So that's where I have my private detective introducing the file and ending the file. And then the story is in between.
So, we have a comment from Dirk. Love your Savage Dragon backups. What's it like working with Eric Larson and his properties? And I was going to come around to that. We'll get real specific on Eric Larson, but what's it like working on one of the longest running creator-owned comics ever?
Surreal, cool. Absolutely love. To think that my artwork is actually in the Library of Congress. It blows my mind, because when he did the Obama cover, I'm in that issue. The first Obama cover, I'm in that issue, and I believe that I'm in that issue. I know I got comp copies for that issue. I think I'm in that issue. But after that, the Library of Congress wanted to include all of Eric Larson's Savage Dragon work. So I guilt by association, my stuff got sucked in as well. So, I mean, it's really cool. It's surreal. I enjoy playing in the sandbox. I try to be extremely respectful of his toys. I appreciate the chance to play with them, and I hope I haven't done any long-lasting damage in the process. So,
well, we were talking about this the other day on another show. Is that Todd and Eric are the two creators who have worked the longest on their own creator-owned. There's, by quite a margin. Todd is at 300 plus issues. Which...
There's a big difference, though. Todd hasn't drawn it from day one. He hasn't written it from
Right, but he's still on it, like as a consultant or whatever.
Yeah.
But Eric has surpassed him in that Eric still writes and touches every single issue of Savage Dragon.
Oh, and he is totally hands-on. I mean, hands-on, but yet hands-off. It's kind of cool. When the first backup I did, I emailed Eric because I had done a really shitty pinup in issue 66. I mean, I got the fin wrong. Totally got the fin wrong. And I met him at, it was Juice Man that got me the gig. I met him at Motor City Comic Con, and I showed him Juice Man, and he was like, and he's some of my gaming stuff. He's like, you want to do a pinup? And I'm like, yeah, sure. So I turn in this dreadful pinup, and he publishes it in issue 66, and that was it. And then years later, I saw somebody did a backup, and I had Eric's email from when I did the pinup. So I emailed him, and I go, how do I get a backup story? How does this work? He goes, well, what character you want to draw? And I'm like, okay, Alex. Because Francesco at the time had done so many she-dragon stuff. I mean, his DNA was all over that. And I didn't want, have that comparison. And I really dug the character Alex. So I said, Alex. He goes, okay, give me some time. Let me think about it. Well, I was waiting and waiting. Oh, I had sent him a pinup. I had sent him a pinup of Alex sitting on the bed with handcuffs, and you could see Dragon's shadow on the wall. And he goes, oh, that'll be the splash page. Give me a couple of weeks, and I'll get you something. Well, 4 weeks go by, and I haven't heard anything. So then I'm like getting impatient. I'm like, okay, well, let me lay something out. So I did layouts. I laid out a story, and I sent it to him, and I called it Women's Intuition. It was because it was Dark Dragon, not the actual dragon. And there were certain things that was setting Alex off, the detective in her, something's not quite right. So she goes to Frank and is talking to him about it. Eric goes, it's not bad. That's not bad at all. And then he sends me a paragraph. And the paragraph read, your splash page, your pinup being a splash page, Alex and Dragon have sex. Dragon's brooding afterwards. Alex trying to find out why. The real dragon comes. He's thinking about Dark World, and the real dragon comes to the door. And I was like, okay. It was like a paragraph, a couple sentences. So that was my script. So it was literally a paragraph.
That's amazing. And then right. And so you do the art, you lay it all out, put it all together. Then he goes back in and like adds dialogue and.
Yep. The Marvel way, Marvel method. So yeah. And that's how all of our all the backups I've done that he's written have been written that way.
That's so cool. I'm just imagining what it's like to get that paragraph and be like, all right, how do I tell this to play?
A lot of room to play.
Yeah.
And that's where it's fun because he's trusting you with his toys.
Absolutely. So, all right, guys, we got to take like a 1 minute break here on the comic book shopping experience. We'll be back with Scott James to talk about a very exciting and much anticipated upcoming Kickstarter.
Yes.
And some other stuff. So we will be back in just about a minute here on the comic book shopping experience. Hang with us. What's up? Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kyle. We are here on Talking Shop with Scott James, and we've just gotten done talking about one of the coolest stories I've heard in a long time about his work doing backups on Savage Dragon. So let's look to the future a little. You have kind of a unique role in this project we're going to talk about, but you are part of a forthcoming Kickstarter called Butts in Seats.
The Tony Schiavone story.
Right. The Tony Schiavone story. It's true. So tell me about how you got hooked up with Butts in Seats and how you got hooked up with SourcePoint.
Through dashing Dirk Manning. I was at the Motor City Comic-Con, and Dirk was a couple rows away, and we had already set up, and they had put like candy on our table. They had like a bowl of candy, and we just started chucking Tootsie Rolls at each other, and we met at that show, and we became friendly, and as years went, we kept seeing each other at shows. I think he one time commissioned me to do if I remember correctly, Ghost Rider sketch in his sketchbook, because we were kind of next to each other or relatively closer than we had been before. And we've always talked about wanting to do something together. And every con, oh man, we gotta talk to somebody. We gotta do something. We gotta do something together. And nothing ever happened. Well, I get a DM message from Dirk on that day's come. I'll be in touch. That day has come. We're going to be working on a project together. And it was very cryptic, and I was very patient because I was like, what? Tell me. And once everything was kind of set in stone on his end, he let me in on, we're doing a wrestling book, and you're going to be doing some predominant wrestlers and some really cool things. It's a biopic that's all I can tell you. And I'm like going, oh man, is it like a Roddy Piper book? Is it, Hulk Hogan? What is it? And then he tells me it's called, it's a biography of Tony Schiavone called Butts in Seats. And he had an idea for me doing this one chapter. And he sent me the chapter, and I was just like blown away. I'm like, really? I get to draw Hulk Hogan? I get to draw Sting? I get to, this is great. And the 10 pages that I did was the end of WCW. So I got to draw a major chapter in this book that, fundamentally changed wrestling there for a while. I mean, we've now got the birth of AEW, which is like WCW to the 10th power, just with the star power that they're pulling right now and everything that they're doing. And I always loved Tony Schiavone as a commentator. He was like the straight guy to Bobby the Brain Heenan. So, and to be able to draw Bobby the Brain was kind of cool too, So I always thought it was like how Jim Ross was the straight guy for Jerry the King, and he'd been around and been such a fixture in wrestling that to be able to be a part of this has been, just a dream come true, especially being a big wrestling fan. Growing up in the 80s with, eat your vitamins, say your prayers, brother,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's true. I was going to ask if you were a wrestling fan, and it's apparent now. So when you were coming up watching, who were your guys? Who were you a Macho Man guy? Were you a Hogan guy?
At first I was a Hogan guy. I liked Macho Man. There was Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. You had Jimmy the Superfly Snuka. The older I got, the more I loved Roddy Piper, the Roddy one. I mean, I remember seeing in '84 when I was a kid. I believe it was '84 when he nailed Snuka with that coconut. And that thing just exploded. I was just like, wow. And I always loved Piper's Pit, So yeah, I mean, I grew up on the Rock and Roll Connection, or the Rock Wrestling Connection that they had back in the day, the cartoon, and then I moved into young adulthood. I've been to matches, but then you had Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock.
Right. I was always a fan of the bigger guys. So if I was watching the old school stuff, it was always, the Twin Towers. It was not Junkyard Dog, Big Boss Man, and these guys who look like they come out and they just sit on you.
Big John Studd.
Big John Studd. And then later it was, Rikishi and those kind of dudes. And then even a little bit later, it's the Big Show and Mark Henry and Paul White. The Big Show just signed with AEW.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's like they're pulling. I read an article and I agree with it. The WWE they tend to take their stars, their legends, and turn them into jokes. The butt of the joke. Instead of showing them the respect, they put in the blood, sweat, and tears, and they're kind of made the fool. Where AEW seems to be really, I think Chris Jericho is the one who said it, that they just don't treat their legends right. Where AEW respects the history and the lineage that these guys have given or have in the sport.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's Cody, but he saw how WWE probably treated his father. But we'll move on from that to you did your 10 pages is the ash can that Source Point is putting out this month.
Yes, it's kind of funny. I tend to do things that are not asked. I just do. So in trying to get more work, usually, I gave Dirk and Source Point a cover they didn't ask for. So, I was like, oh, shit, I'll just do it. Hey, look I did a cover, and I don't know how it came about that they were going to do then an ash can from, maybe because, hey, now we've got something that's, easy to put together. He's given us a cover and we got 10 pages. But, I was like, well, I want to encompass kind of that story. I like to, in hopes maybe with the Kickstarter, maybe it's an alternate cover, and I tried to pitch it that way. Maybe it could be a print. Who knows? And then Dirk came to me and he said, we got a big idea. We're trying to set it in stone. I will let you know what's happening. Just bear with me. And then he let me know that they were doing an ash can, that they were going to take my 10 pages and take that cover they didn't ask for and put it together in an ash can form and use it as a cool promotional limited edition piece.
Well, and the cover you did has been the promo art, right? If you go over to the Butts and Seats, the buttsandseats.com, like that's your stuff. That's the promo art too.
I think they've used all of my stuff for all my stuff has been used for the promo stuff, which I'm very grateful. So I'm glad that they've liked it. I'm glad that they've liked it.
Yeah, no, it's got to be cool. Like, hey, we're going to make our big announcement. Oh, and by the way, it's going to be your art. Yeah,
then we're going to focus on your chapter as this promotional limited edition thing. And yeah, I was like, oh, thank you. Very appreciative. Thank you.
I want to know, and Drina was here, so she can probably chime in on this. I have an idea. I will let you know as it comes to fruition as a common theme in our working relationship. LOL. It seems to be true of a lot of people who work with Dirk Manning. It happens. It happens to me, and I'm not even an artist. Like we'll talk. He'll be like, I have an idea, and then he'll come back to me and go, I have an idea, and now it's like we both have to make it happen. Yeah. You both start puffing your chest out. No. Now you have to follow through. Right. It's true. So, Is this the first thing you've done that's been on Kickstarter? Or have you gone that route with your creator-owned stuff?
Back when I did the Case Files of Harlan Folk with Cy Defont and Marcosia, we had a failed Kickstarter. I had a studio mate at the time, and he did the second half of the book. He took. I'm not as tech savvy as most people, so I mean, he took the reins on it. So I was a little bit more hands off. It was not a success by any stretch. I mean, the book got published through Marcosia, but the Kickstarter was nowhere near funded. So that was my only experience with Kickstarter. And like I said, it was like removed. I've thought about doing Kickstarter with Juice Man to, try to get the issues colored instead of being, printed in black and white, have them be full color. But again, that's a lot of work, and then that takes away from me drawing, and it's a domino effect. Hats off to those that do it successfully.
Yeah, I mean, it's I like to talk to people about how they, especially when they're self-publishing, how they approach it, because it is such a, what's the word I'm looking for? Crapshoot sometimes to try to crowdfund something, but then if you're doing it all yourself, that's a huge burden as well, to try and be like, okay, I've got to raise some money to print this book, and then I've got to sell this book to raise some money to make the next one.
Then I've got to get table space to sell the book at conventions.
Right.
For me, I'm writing it, I'm penciling it, I'm inking it. Farian Delgado is lettering it. I've got Gavin Higginbotham he's basically the letterer from Savage Dragon, and Eric's editor are on my book. So Gavin's been editing Juice Man from the get-go, and Farian Delgado's been lettering it. So that's the only two things that I don't do. Gavin will let me know when I have a typo, and Farian just makes those sound effects so pretty looking.
Yeah, absolutely. And lettering and editing are such important parts of the project process.
Oh, yeah.
So do you work primarily traditionally with a pen and paper, or are you working digitally?
Both. I will. I always start with pencil and paper, pen and ink, and then I scan it in. Then it gives me a basis to, then I can do enhancements in Photoshop. I can add textures or zip tone patterns in the background. I can, you know what? I wish this figure was larger. Oh, well, guess what? I can make it larger now. So I use it more for after the page is done, doing tweaks and adjustments and basically tonal screens and stuff like that. And or if I'm coloring, I'll digital color.
So you're telling me there's a chance I can get some butts in seats pages at some point?
Yes. Right now I sent them off. They're going to be in Tony Schiavone's hands. He's going to be signing all the pages.
Oh, so cool.
Yeah.
You have to promise to let me know when those are available. Because I'm in for sure. So let's talk about some of the fun stuff I like to ask people about, and we'll come back and we'll talk about all the other things again. But is there a property out there in pop culture that if somebody were to say to you, "Here, you can have it," and make it yours, what would it be?
Ooh. A property that if somebody said you could have this property and it's yours. Part of me wants to say Savage Dragon Cat is because he's got such a big sandbox, and I've played in it before. But I'm going back in my. I think Thundercats would be fun.
That would be cool. Yeah, I mean,
I always thought that it would be cool as if they did like they did like a Blade Runner kind of futuristic Thundercats, where they're now dealing with overpopulation because cats like to do what cats like to do. So now they're overpopulated. The energy resources.
There are too many Thundercats.
There's too many Thundercats. You know, they had too many Thunder Kittens at one time, and now New Thundera is like they're running into the same problem that they ran into, I'm guessing, on Thundera. That they overpopulated it. They drained the resources.
I'm just seeing modern day Thundercats overpopulation TikTok like videos. Like
there you go. Hopefully they can do it better than what they did with the live action cats.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. So is there and this is another one of those weird ones, is there somebody out there that you've maybe come close to working with in the industry that you haven't yet had a chance to work with that would be like your dream collaboration?
Yeah, and that ship has already sailed. I was pen pals with Alex Toth the last 3 years of his life, and I would send him artwork, he would send me artwork, and we'd go back and forth. And I'd piss him off, he'd tell me off, and a couple of weeks later I'd get another postcard. Well, I haven't heard from you, kid. I wish I would have initiated that discourse sooner, because I would have loved to have seen, because I had already done Juice Man at that point. I would have loved to have seen, how he would have done a Juice Man, what his version of Juice Man would look like. And, I think because he's been known to do that kind of stuff before. Oh, this is what you should have done with this character. I think if I would have, written him sooner, that would have been something really cool. But I'm just happy with the conversations that we did have.
I loved his Herculoids.
Oh, anything he did. I mean, I'm doing Space Ghost right now for one of those $50 head commissions. A guy wanted me to do, can't see it probably, but wanted a Space Ghost. So Sean, the guy who colored that cover, Sean Burrows, was like, hey, will you do a Space Ghost for me? I'm like, yeah, sure.
So cool. We'll stick with the fun questions for another minute or so here. Do you have a favorite Pokemon?
No. Pokemon, no, I don't. I say Pikachu because that's the only one I really know. Charizard.
There you go. Hey.
Yeah. I'm a child of the 70s and 80s. So I missed that whole Pokemon curve.
Can you ask me who your favorite Smurf is?
Yes. Grumpy.
No, I like to ask those questions because they're questions you can't possibly be prepared for. And then the last super fun question is ultimate pop culture garage, right? You can have a car and a spaceship from any of pop culture. What car and what spaceship are you putting in your garage?
What car? I would probably say the DeLorean from Back to the Future. The Back to the Future car. And spaceship, I would probably say the Millennium Falcon.
Very, very common, popular answers. And I think that's probably the right answer. I mean, you get a car plus a time machine out of the DeLorean, and the Millennium Falcon can do so much.
Well, yes.
So, all right. Is there anything you're working on coming up that you could tell us about that we should be looking out for?
I'm continually working on Juice Man. I'm on issue 4. I'll be putting page 12 up this weekend. I believe it's page 12. I try to do a page a week. Up to issue 4. I'm going to have issue 3 and 4 coming out here relatively soon. Marcosia is collecting Juice Man, and they're going to be publishing it in black and white, the first 5 issues. So once that gets done, and Juice Man is going to be published in Germany.
Nice.
In German, even. So
that's awesome.
It's my dream to become the David Hasselhoff of comics.
You know, it's funny. I was just talking to somebody about Germany, maybe not as much, but once a book hits Germany, there are a bunch of emerging comic markets in Europe and Central Asia. They're just now printing like ASM 129 in Russian for the first time ever.
Oh, really?
Turkey is a huge emerging comic book market. Places like that. And so what happens is they hit the UK and Germany, maybe Italy and France, and all of a sudden they start bleeding into these other markets, and you start seeing, hey, that book just got translated into Cyrillic. It really doesn't. It's a really, Amazing Spider-Man, and the word Punisher on the cover looks really different in Cyrillic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested, because I was being told that it's being translated right now. And I'm like, okay, it's going to be interesting to see Juice Man in German. I don't speak German. It might be one way to learn German, because I can then compare it to the English version, So,
well, it's like I learned Spanish watching pro wrestling. I knew what a power bomb was, and I just had to figure out what those words were in Spanish.
Yeah.
I might not be able to find my way to the bathroom in Mexico, but I could totally tell you what's happening in a wrestling match.
I could tell you how to power bomb someone.
Right. Exactly. So let's remind everybody about the commissions you're doing and where they can find you, and the Hiking to Heal cause.
Yeah. I've currently got 10 openings. Now 8. Openings for head sketches. They're $50, $10 shipping, and it's kind of like that was a Doctor Strange I did. Little Wonder Woman. One guy wanted his character, so he sent me a picture of his character, so I did his character. Good old Bats. Can't go wrong with Bats. And so those are all like $50. Currently working on a hard to see because of the pencil, I'm sure, in the light, but currently doing a Space Ghost. So all those proceeds, and all the proceeds from either my eBay sales or even print sales, even Juice Man book sales, all of those go to help fund Hiking to Heal, our trip from Denver to Durango, to bring awareness to traumatic brain injury and the effects it has on not only that person, but the family.
And if you go over to Facebook, guys, there is a Hiking to Heal page. The link is in the, will be in the comments in about 2 seconds, as soon as I hit the enter button properly. It is, the link for Hiking to Heal on Facebook is there in the comments now. To find out more and to follow this, this journey that Scott and his family are on. And if you have the ability to pop in and shoot him a DM, Scott James Art on Facebook, and get a commission, you guys saw how cool they look. Like, that Doctor Strange is insane. The lightning in the background, the white against the negative space is a really cool, look. So you're gonna get your money's worth for sure. And then head over to buttsandseatscomic.com and sign up to be notified for the Kickstarter. It's not live. Scott, do you know when it goes live? Are we allowed to tell people?
I think like 11 days. I believe it's like 11.
I think it's the 16th.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if we were allowed to tell people, so I wanted to put.
Well, I know that I saw. I didn't know the date there for a while, and then I saw Tony Schiavone on his page put like a countdown clock, and I think I saw 11 days, and I got excited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, by the way, guys, Scott is the first of a few artists from Butts and Seats we'll be having on this month, as well as we think we're still nailing down the date, but Mr. Schiavone himself will be joining us.
Oh, nice.
At the end of the month to talk about this project. And just, as an aside note, I'm a huge wrestling fan. So we're hopefully going to have some other wrestling related folks around this month, including but not limited to a bunch of artists from Butts and Seats. So one more time, Scott, tell everybody the social medias, where they can find you. Instagram, whatever.
You can find me Scott James Art. Google Scott James Art. I'm on Instagram. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Twitter, though I'm not. I don't tweet as probably often as I should. I've been doing a lot of live stream drawings on Scott James Art and on my own Facebook page. So be sure to check it out. Oh, and keep an eye out for, I've got Juice Man issue 1 and 2 for sale. They're $5 each, 8 shipped, or 20 with a sketch inside with $5 shipping.
So you can get all of that if you just reach out to Scott James Art pretty much anywhere, right?
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Scott. It's been so fun to meet you and talk to you. I can't
It's been a blast. Thank you.
Meet you in person, and we can throw Tootsie Rolls at Dirk and maybe put some heat on him this time.
Oh yeah, brother.
Welt. All right, man. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We will be back next week here on Talking Shop with another artist from Butts and Seats. And we'll be around all week with other great programming here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience. We'll be right back in just about 2 minutes' time with Nerd News Now, which also has me and Miss Jen King and Brainy Singh and all of these great people that you've gotten to know from all of our shows. So thank you once again for tuning in, and of course, stick with us.
To be continued. 3 little words that hold the secret to the next great story. 3 words that will thrill you, confound you, give life to new possibilities. Every variation of To Be Continued is a promise. A promise of adventure. A promise of excitement. A promise of unseen wonders and unexplored worlds. A promise that every issue you read makes you a part of a never-ending journey. And behind every page, there will be an unopened door waiting for you. This story to be continued at your local comic book shop today. Visit comicshoplocator.com today.
It's bizarre and weird here on Nerd News Now, March 1st, 2021. I've got Brainy, I've got Kyle, I've got Miss Jen. I've got electricity, which is ideal. Haven't been here the last 2 weeks. Last week, mostly playing catch up from the previous week of Snowmageddon or Snowvid or Snowpocalypse or Sharknado, whatever we're calling it. So
Normal.
hope everyone else fared well. I know Miss Jen is in this area. So, Miss Jen, how was the shop? Any issues, power issues, anything?
Oh, you don't know this story. Oh my gosh.
No.
You know, we spent the night at the store on Monday night.
Uh-huh.
Just that was the only place that had power. Then on Wednesday we went to go open up the store because it was finally passable on the streets. And we had no power because a tree had fallen on the line. Then Thursday we only had half power because our meter box caught on fire. And then on Saturday, we found out that the water main had broken in the alleyway. So we had no water until Tuesday. That was our week.
Yikes. Um, and I know people that are just now discovering like pipe damage and watery walls, and it's 2 weeks later. So I'm wondering what else is going to be around the corner. And thankfully, I'm in an apartment right now and I don't have to deal with like insurance or any of that stuff. So everything's fixed except my AC. And of course, in Texas, it's like that Friday, AC busted and it gets up to like 81 in my apartment. So it's just like, okay. And I think today it dropped 40 degrees 2 hours, maybe.
And I wore shorts to work.
And then it's going to be like in the 90s by Friday. So, okay. But yeah, so.
Mark, you're getting no sympathy from me. I'm actually getting actively angry right now.
Yeah, I know. We're just not built to handle that.
It's going to be spring here in a couple weeks, and it's projected to be negative temperatures.
Yes.
On that day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no sympathy from me.
Hey, it's cold outside here too. All right. It is currently like 67 degrees out there.
Here it's 25. Feels like 14.
Brady needs a light jacket.
Yeah, I need to go get a few blankets, guys.
What person is responsible for the feels like 14 part of that? Because if I've never been in a situation where everyone is the same temperature. Like someone's always cold or someone's always hot. So like, who does it feel like?
The air temperature outside feels like 14 because there's a 15-mile-an-hour wind. So the wind chill factor is 14.
Does your little basement studio stay nice and warm though?
So there's a woman at the end of the hall who's a licensed social worker who I think is always cold. Now she does have 3 external windows and like her room would be the coldest, but she likes to set the thermostat at 74.
I like her.
I have 2 giant lights right here that will heat this room without any help of the furnace. Like, so it's about 80 in this room right now.
Nice.
Like I'm sweating actively, and when we get done, I will put on my coat, still sweaty, and go out into the 14-degree wind, and get in my car and go home and have pneumonia. No, I mean it's again, we're built for it. Like around here, it's 14 degrees is nice in January, early February. Now in early March, it's not as great, but we can cope.
So no $17,000 electrical bills for having the thermostat at 74.
No.
That's good.
Not yet.
Nice.
That's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You still hear every once in a while about how someone having an outrageous cell phone bill, which I also don't understand because you would think that stuff all has to be regulated, and also the days of being charged for text and whatnot are long gone by. So I still don't understand.
When you hear about it, microtransactions from apps, right? It's somebody's kid is playing Candy Crush and needs more lives or whatever. I don't know how Candy Crush works, but they're playing a game and they buy a thing. Fortnite skins.
You have to wonder why those app manufacturers don't put a target and say, hey, if this person hasn't spent any money in so many months, they all of a sudden spend $5,000. We need to find out. We need to contact them and find out why they're spending $5,000. Mm-hmm. No, they don't care.
They don't care.
It's ridiculous.
No, but they did. I read that they activated some law in Texas that hadn't had to be activated in, I don't know, 50 years or whatever to prevent against the price gouging.
Yeah.
So like the Secretary of State or whoever it is, the Attorney General of the state of Texas is getting inundated with, hey, this guy charged me $6 for a bottle of water. Yeah, that's not price gouging. That's just, overpaying for something. It's where are your $5,000 electrical bills, or the one hotel that was charging $17,000 for a room for, that first night. No.
Wow.
Where
There was
does
a story about it.
where does a supply and demand stop and price gouging start? I mean, if they've only got one room and somebody's willing to pay $17,000 for it, then it's. I don't know if that's price gouging or not.
So we had a situation here, and so you guys never get cold. We have a problem
whoa,
when it gets
whoa.
too warm here.
Anytime it drops below 72 here, it's cold. All right, so it's not that we don't ever get cold.
We have a problem here where the algae that grows in Lake Erie can become toxic because F the environment for 150 years or whatever. Only recently we started managing what goes into the lake. But the algae gets toxic. And a few years ago, we didn't have water. The whole city had no water because the chemical balance had gotten off and it had become toxic. My suburb had water, so people were charging $5 a gallon to fill up gallon jugs from their hose. Like, that is supply and demand. Guys going to Costco and buying pallets of water and sitting on the side of the road, $20 a case is gouging. That was the way it was taught to us on the news, is that gouging is marking up beyond a reasonable supply chain hiccup markup.
And I think it's always kind of targeted towards stuff like water and gas.
Yeah.
So it's like, considered essentials like electricity after all that incident. So
Who needs electricity?
oh
We survived 2,000 years without it.
yeah, but
if I don't have 5G, I got problems.
yeah, we're definitely not a society to be without. That's for sure. But yeah, no, it caused like genuine safety issues here. Regardless of what Kyle says or whatever. But it probably felt like negative 32 at some point. I don't know. I still just don't understand the feels like temperature, because what if I go outside and I'm eating like ice cream from Dairy Queen? Then it's going to feel even colder.
It's not how you feel; it's the air temperature.
What should be how I feel? The news should be
well,
more.
Mark, the whole world isn't about you.
With all this micro targeting, like I'm being tracked on my phone all the time. It should tell me how I feel. When it says feels like, I just assume that's what, or just feels like bad. That's what it should say. Feels bad outside.
I think the reason they do the feels like temperature, though, has a lot to do with kids who ride the bus to school. Yeah. I think that's a big reason why it's a big deal around here. It's because you can't have your kids stand at the corner to catch the school bus when it feels like it's negative 10, even though the actual temperature is 10. Like, that's actually a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we've all been in a situation where you go outside and you're like, oh, it's cold, but I'm good. And then like an hour later, you're just suffering because the wind gets colder. Maybe there's condensation, and then you just regret going outside. So I think I've never thought of it that way, but that's a valid concern, especially if you're gonna be having kids outside and going to and from school. Becomes a safety issue, right? I mean, I guess like where you're at, what is the cause for concern? Like 4 degrees, or what's the threshold?
Oh, I don't know. I know they used to, when it went to feels like 0 was when we canceled school.
Okay.
If it was feels like above 0, we had to wait for the bus. Now this was in the 90s before safety, so I don't know what it really is anymore. But
I just want to clarify, you're talking Celsius, right?
Yeah, no. We're on the English measurement system here. We're Ohio. The rest of the country will switch to metric and we'll still be on English. So
We actually have some comic news we can start with. Probably not a huge surprise, but still a big deal in the world of comics and our lives. No Comic Con officially. So no San Diego Comic Con for 2021. Probably the smartest move, especially with things the way they are on the West Coast. They're going to go virtual in July. They're going to knock it down to 3 days. We talked about this last year, Mission, about the whole virtual thing, and it was kind of a little odd. Like, I mean, it's cool, but at the end of the day, you're just still seeing panels. So I don't know if they're going to maybe try to actually go live, or I know there's always all these roadblocks for that with all the different movies and the companies behind it and all that. But I don't know.
just had a really, really dumb idea.
What is that?
Oh, I love those.
We should offer Comic-Con the experience.
Yes.
We'll host Comic-Con on our platform.
Absolutely.
Good, yeah.
Or if
Why-
nothing else, have an experience Comic-Con.
Well,
Call it
I mean,
Comic-Con?
we've done 2 in 45 days.
Yes.
So, I mean, we keep rolling with them. We're going to do one every month, and I'm going to wind up in an early grave. But
Remember,
that
traditionally,
might happen anyway.
you were always able to find a con at least once a month.
Yeah.
They were smaller, they were more intimate, and of course, that's changed now. Now it's one huge one every quarter, I guess.
We still have them once. We still have that where if you really wanted to, every weekend from here, you could hit a show. There are some that are, okay, this is a Comic-Con, and then there's some that's, oh, this is a bunch of dudes with long boxes in a Knights of Columbus hall. But
Those are the best
Comic-Con
ones.
nonetheless. Right.
But that's what started, though, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's how it started.
Well, and those shows are starting to bring in the celebrities. Like I did one, and they had Mickey Lolich, former Detroit Tiger. What does he have to do with comic books? He was once featured in a comic book you could get in a box of Wheaties. All right, we're stretching, right?
So I think that last year that San Diego was kind of disappointed in their virtual convention. So if they could figure out some way to make it more interactive, I think, because the way they had it, you could really go watch it whenever you wanted to. It was kind of like not getting to go to Comic-Con and just watching it on YouTube whenever you felt like it. So if they made it more interactive, I think they would have more interaction.
Yeah.
And, Comics Pro just did theirs, and I felt they did a pretty good job considering what we did. And it was, of course, we didn't see each other live, but it was almost as intimate as the regular shows we had.
Mm-hmm.
So it's
I like what Comics Pro did. The thing I would say that's a handicap there, they did a really good job of, hey, you want to go to this panel or we're going to go to this roundtable thing, here's a Zoom room.
Mhm.
That enables that interaction. The thing about it that I didn't like is if you were a vendor, that whole setup was what's the word I'm looking for? Less than optimal. You were counting on someone chatting with you in a chat bar or messaging you directly about the thing you were vending and then following up. Like,
you're
whereas
talking about the exhibit hall?
yeah.
Yep.
If you're a vendor, it's suboptimal. I get that it's the best you can do. But at the same time, it's leaves something to be desired. That's it. I mean, the one cool thing though is we were able to stream live to our Comics Pro booth, which I don't think we were supposed to be able to, but I did it anyway.
And I think that might have been the concept that a lot of the vendors didn't take, is where they could have streamed live and had conversations with people in their booths. But they didn't take advantage of that. Or there might have been some that did set up an hour or two where they went to their booth and did it. So I think the possibility was there. I just don't know if the vendors took advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I was doing was I was just airing, like Jen was live on the experience, and I just put her feed right in our booth.
Which is perfect.
And then I opened a Zoom room, and I sat there, and I sat there, and I sat there. Again, if you could find a way like what we do with our virtual conventions, where it is just panel after panel after panel, that would help San Diego. But then if they could come up with an actual way to actually sell things, and I don't know what that looks like, because Hasbro, they make just a butt ton of money every year at Comic-Con, and they're while Hasbro can afford to lose it, somebody like I don't even know if he still goes, but Mile High, that's a huge chunk of revenue that they lose. Or anybody else who's a comic store that's a vendor at Comic-Con, that's a huge chunk of revenue that they're eating.
Mile High stopped going because it got too expensive for him.
Well, but you know what I mean.
A lot of other vendors started to do the same as well, because it really did get to the point where it was not feasible to be able to afford anything at Comic-Con.
Right.
The hotels themselves have gotten ridiculous. That should be price gouging.
When we used to go, we used to rent a condo and then drive down every day. Like, we'd rent a condo a half hour, 40 minutes away because it was reasonably priced, and then drive down.
Yeah, for us, last time I went, it was no longer an experience anymore. The last time we went, we spent thousands of dollars on hotels, on the food, and at a certain point, you got to realize, we had young kids back then too. It was better for us to go stand in line at Disneyland than it is at San Diego Comic-Con, because everything that was being presented, we wouldn't see it on YouTube or hear it on Twitter and on any social media a couple of hours later. So, it got to the point where, let's just go to Disneyland instead. It'll be more fun. Yeah, we'll still be standing in lines. At least we get 30 seconds of a ride.
The last year I went was the big year for the off-site stuff. Like, that was the last year Zachary Levi had Nerd HQ across the street at Petco. And there was a thing up at the Children's Museum, and there was a bunch of stuff to do not at the actual Comic-Con that was way better than anything I could have done at Comic-Con. Like, other than networking with other comic book people, which I can do 5 other times a year at other events, I'm going to go hang out over here at Petco Park, and get to meet Alan Tudyk, or, go to the thing at the Children's Museum and get to see all this original art and raise money for somebody. Like, made more sense to me. And it was cheaper.
Which is why I personally like cons like Comics Pro and whatnot, because they are more intimate. You get to chat with people amongst your, peers and everything. So.
And then at some point, all the on-site stuff got priced out at San Diego. Like you mentioned Nerd HQ, which was my best experience there going there 2 years. That got priced out, where they couldn't afford to do that.
Right.
Just because of the real estate around and people just trying to make money off of it rather than providing fan experiences. So it's just, and on the inside, forget about it. Miserable, just shoulder to shoulder, can't move, can't do anything without being in someone's way. It's like, I know all good things, like at some point get to that point. So that's why it's best to jump on the mid-level, where it's like, it's worth you going. There's stuff there. There's a few people to meet, but it never gets like just sweaty and overcrowded. So.
Yeah. Well, and like the last year I went, what it cost me to go to San Diego, I could afford to go to Emerald City, C2E2, and New York.
Yeah.
For the same amount of money.
And you also have to wonder whether it should still be called a Comic-Con. I understand they try to do movies related to comic books, but that's every single movie coming out nowadays. And it's become more of an entertainment show than it is a comic book convention. What's your thought on it, Mr.?
I'm a San Diego Comic-Con girl for life. I wasn't there from the beginning, but I can remember when it was really easy at the end of the convention to just wander by the booth that was out in that front hallway and just buy your tickets for the next year and think to yourself, man, $65, that's expensive.
Yeah.
What I would give to go back and just have the convenience of just knowing I had the tickets for the next year. Like
Right.
Now it's become a little bit stressful, even though now that since I'm in the industry, I've had to like talk myself out of being stressed out about it because I know that I can get tickets. But my body tells me But what if you can't get tickets?
Right.
It's I love the feeling of being there. I love the city. I love eating all the food there. I love meeting up with friends. I love, skybound breakfast. And to me, there's nothing like it. I don't mind the crush of people because that's part of the experience of doing it. I'm no longer. I don't try to go to Hall H anymore, and I don't try to wait in line for any of the big panels. What I found out is Mike and I, when we go now, we know that all the panels that everyone else wants to go watch, we just can't dedicate that amount of time to go wait in line because I'm always in meetings. But what we found out is if we just pick a random room, we don't even know anymore what the room is about. But if there's empty seats, we'll go sit in there, and we love every single one we go to. We just learn something completely new.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's how I am at Gen Con. Which Gen Con is the San Diego Comic-Con of gaming.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is getting to the point where it's ridiculous. And it canceled last year after coming off of the biggest year it ever had. Like 250,000 people. And that's like across all of Indianapolis. Like, they had to rent out the football stadium to have room to have everything. Like, by the way, standing on the 50-yard line of Lucas Oil Stadium, like where the Colts play, and they had turned the field into a museum to gaming, and you've got Gary Gygax's first edition notes for Dungeons and Dragons with his red pen edits over here, and the Power of Nine from Magic the Gathering over here, and early Pokemon and early, other stuff over here, early like Warhammer. It's okay. That's a pretty cool experience, right? Mm-hmm. But to have to go into a luxury box to run a D&D game is weird. It's not set up for that. But last year, I didn't go to C2E2. First C2E2 I've ever missed. San Diego was canceled. I wasn't planning to go to San Diego. New York and Emerald City wound up not being things. So, like, I missed the shows I go to. I missed Gen Con. I don't think I'll miss San Diego, like, ever. As much as I want to go back and would love to go back for the reasons Jen listed, the going out with my friends and the skybound breakfast and that kind of stuff. I don't know that I'll miss it because I can get that same experience at Comics Pro. I can get that same experience at Retailer Summit. I can get that same experience other places. What I do miss is being able to walk into a room and sit down with a group of people and blow their minds playing Dungeons and Dragons. See ya, Brainy. But blow their mind playing Dungeons and Dragons. Like, to pull out some stuff that I stole from Critical Role or whatever, and do it that way. That's what I miss more. Is interacting as a pro with the fans.
Yeah.
You kept saying Miss Gen Con, and I got really confused going, are you talking about Cadets Con? I don't think I've ever seen you there,
No.
but maybe. I don't know.
No.
Mark, it's so funny whenever I'm watching other people's live selling shows. If they're selling like Gen 13,
yeah, you're like,
every time that they call that book, I think they're talking to me.
Yeah.
What?
But did you get to at Gen Con? Did you get to play Warhammer with Peyton Manning?
No. I did get to play D&D with Matthew Lillard.
Oh, that's awesome!
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I played at Gen Con. I played D&D with Matthew Lillard. I can't think of her name. She was the youngest daughter on Growing Pains. She played Chrissy on Growing Pains. I can't think of her name. Doesn't matter. She was a really good player.
The Last of Us, right?
Huh?
She's on The Last of Us. I think she's a voice actress for video games now. Anyway.
Yeah, she did some stuff.
Growing Pains does matter. Anyway.
with Felicia Day, Felicia Day's production company. I've gotten to play D&D with those guys. I played Magic the Gathering with, the number one player in the world one time and got absolutely trounced. It was so much fun. Drunken Hero Clicks with the president of WizKids. That was pretty fun. This is my favorite Gen Con story. I had a party come to play the game I was running, and this guy comes in and sits down and goes, I'm not here to play, but the group that's coming is running late. And I go, then what are you here for? They go, he explains that they paid for him to come to the convention, paid for his hotel room and all that kind of stuff, but his job was to be the guy who stood in line at Starbucks or to get to their room early and manage their tickets. And I go, wait. So you're Patsy from Spamalot? And he goes, yeah, kind of. I go, that's awesome. And so he didn't have a ticket for the game. I'm like, I don't care. You're going to play. And they're like, but he doesn't have a ticket. I go, did I just say I don't care? I will pay for his game. He's going to play. And so I gave him the most OP character in the game and let him TPK everybody else. Let him kill the whole rest of the party. But then later that day, I'm standing in line at Starbucks and I'm talking to this guy. And the person in front of him turns around and goes, are you guys talking about a game you're developing? We go, no, we're talking about this guy's life. And he hands me his card and it's Steve Jackson. And he's going, come by the booth. I want to talk to you about developing this as a game. So you're the squire at a gaming convention. That's the role you play in the game. And they worked on it for a while. I don't know what ever happened to it, but I know they worked on it for a while. But that was the night we got to play Joking Hazard with Steve Jackson, which is the Cyanide and Happiness card game. And that was a fun night. But it's just, gaming conventions are weird, right? Because it isn't like there are celebrities, but there are celebrities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Matthew Lillard doesn't get mauled on the show floor because he is not a super exclusive card or figure or, release of a game. But Matthew Lillard's that dude. That dude is Scooby-Doo. Will always be Scooby-Doo for me. It's just a weird thing, right? But Steve Jackson, you can't get close to because he's a mega celebrity. Such a strange world, the gaming world, and I love it.
I think the biggest celebrity I can think of that's not a gaming celebrity, but a celebrity that games is Joe Manganiello.
Well, his game is ridiculous. His D&D game is ridiculous. The people who play in that. It's him and the Big Show from WWE. Well, now from AEW.
Paul White, right?
Paul White. Yeah.
I knew a
Tom Morello. The guys who did Game of Thrones, the guys who wrote Game of Thrones play in his game. Neil Patrick Harris and his husband play in that game. His game is nuts. Kevin Smith goes to his house to play D&D. And I know there are others that I'm forgetting that are like, whoa, I can't believe that guy plays D&D. But then the other game that's really fun, and you can listen to it on Nerd Poker, it's a podcast you can listen to, is Brian Posehn, who wrote Deadpool. Is also an actor and stand-up comedian. His game is him and Patton Oswalt and a bunch of other stand-ups. And Jerry Duggan, who is a big-time writer at Marvel now, used to be the game master. He used to write the campaigns and run them for all these celebrities. And at one point, the thing on there was Vin Diesel plays D&D. Their whole thing was get them noticed enough that Vin Diesel would come and play one night. So I don't know if that ever happened, but that's another great game I've heard about.
Miss Jen, have you ever gone to a gaming convention?
I don't think so. I have spent a lot of time in gaming rooms at conventions. We used to go, the Pokemon League that's local used to be the biggest one in Texas. And we used to always get regionals because of that. So I would go and set up at regionals. What was so funny is that I felt like regionals every year for a long time was the Saturday and Sunday right after Extra Life or right during Extra Life. No, it wasn't. It was there was an all night walkathon for breast cancer that I would do. So I would do that on Friday night and stay up all night long doing walking for however many hours, and then go straight to regionals and be like, try not to fall asleep during the games. That was hard, but that was like every single year I was trying not to fall asleep on the table.
If you've never been to a gaming convention, there's nothing quite like the smell of the Magic the Gathering room on the third day.
That's very specific.
It is, because the hardcore players don't get hotel rooms. They play as often and as much as they can.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose out of a tournament, you get eliminated from a tournament, you just go buy into the next tournament. Right? And you just keep playing and keep playing and keep playing. But the kitchen there stays open the whole time. So it always has this smell of like soft pretzel cheese, body odor, and desperation. Like, because this is some of, especially at Gen Con, some of the only ways to win some of these cards is to win these tournaments, to get some of these cards that people want. And the people are super committed. So people sleep on the concrete floor, they sleep on a chair they can find when they've got 15 minutes, or they don't sleep at all for days. And it's like, you're unhealthy, but they love it. And it takes on a unique smell.
Kyle, have you ever met the Looney Labs husband and wife team? It's just like the smallest company ever, I think.
I know Looney Labs, but not that I can recall.
Yeah, they were set up at San Diego one year where you could just wander into the gaming room and you could sit down and they teach you how to play all their games. That was a pretty surreal moment. They're so sweet.
Yeah, no, that's what a lot of tables at Gen Con, like when I first met the Skybound guys,
mm-hmm.
They had a little tiny booth at Gen Con and they were pitching Super Fight.
Yep.
And it was before the Super Fight expansion that came out in Loot Crate came out, like before it really had happened.
Mm-hmm.
And you could walk right up to their table and you could play, they teach you how to play Super Fight. And they handed you these cards that are like, you can only get them from their table at conventions. And at the bottom it says, the person who plays this card wins automatically because they're cooler than everyone else because they visited Skybound at a convention.
Perfect.
Like, and it's the only way you could get them, but you had to know, and you had to actually go over and give these guys with this big black and white banner and this black and white card game,
mm-hmm.
Your attention, when you could just go, oh, hey, there's Pokemon with bright colors and plushies and stuff.
Yep. Or you could go to the booth and you could get, do you remember when they used to give away the Munchkin? It was like a card with a bubble on it that had like an invisible character on it. It's just like, you'll only use it once. If you opened up the card, then it was, I don't know, somehow it made you win the game, but.
Yeah, no, I remember those days when the line for the Munchkin booth was insane. The other fun one though is like now when I go to the Skybound booth, those guys know me.
Yeah.
Because I've been going to their booth for 10 years. So I've got every expansion to every Skybound game ever made. And all of their con exclusive cards, and last time they were there, they were giving away, if you spent $25, you got a Oblivion Song #1, which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But they went digging through the box and they found a pink signature variant for me.
Oh, snap.
And this is when those were like $50.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, Kyle, you come to you see us at Origins, you see us at Gen Con, you see us at C2E2, you see us at, every gaming convention we go to. I go, yeah. They go, here, just take it. Don't say nothing. All right. You got a bag and a board? No.
Gotta travel with this thing, Kyle. You know that.
I do. I just had to walk all the way back to my car. You don't think you're going to need a bag and a board at a gaming convention?
No.
But no, that was fun. I miss gaming conventions. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Mark, do you go to gaming conventions at all? Do you do any of that?
Not, no. I mean, I get overwhelmed by all that stuff. I never know what's going on, and I don't think I've ever really been. I played Dungeons and Dragons once in my life, and it's like I didn't know the rules because I was told there was no rules. So they're like, "Oh, just do whatever you want." So I just did some like absurdist one move thing that would have won the game, and they're like, "You can't do that." And it's like, but you literally just said do whatever you want. So like, I mean, I understand like being a good sport in the context, but if someone tells you do whatever you want, you do whatever you want. Like, it's like, hey, go grab a drink. You can have whatever. You get the last Dr. Pepper, and they get mad. It's like, well, you told me to get whatever I
Whatever you
want.
want.
Like, yeah.
Right.
So it's like I didn't understand like that weird, secret nuance. Now this was like way before the resurgence in popularity due to Stranger Things and the immersion to pop culture or whatever. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. And then with card games, I've been a card collector my entire life, and just the idea of like taking cards and doing that, I was just makes me lose my mind, So I
The
don't know,
guys
like,
who play
and
high
yeah.
end, the guys who play the high end like Magic the Gathering games, everything's proxied. They have all the cards. They're all in like super thick plastic cases, and they can show you the real card, but everything is proxied. So they don't have to risk their good cards.
Right.
It's just a sleeve with a piece of paper in it that says, whatever, Black Lotus. And you're like, okay, now we have to prove that you have actually own this card. And they have to pull out their Black Lotus and be like, see, here it is. And then be like, okay, you can put that away. We don't want you playing with a $14,000 card.
Yeah.
Speaking
of $14,000 cards, real quick, this might be like a loaded question, but it can be a simple answer too. What's more popular right now, playing Pokemon or collecting Pokemon? Like the cards, because the market's exploding right now. Just completely exploding.
It goes beyond just the cards now. People, because there's you can't get new packs. That's impossible. People have started collecting all the old cards, and now that's become impossible. I think today we have these like packs of 4 Pokemon comics, like Pikachu Shocks Back 1 through 4 from 2000. I think we sold like 30 sets of those today online.
Just people are going Pokemon crazy.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. It's the brand that's popular. I don't think it's any part of the brand in particular. It's the brand. And you know what I think it is? And this is, I may be assuming a little bit, but it's people who were into Pokemon when that first wave hit the US. So I was second grade-ish when it really kind of took off here. Now, it took off other places before that, but here I can remember being in second grade and our teacher taking our Pokemon cards. But we're getting to that age where if we have kids, they're getting to that age where we can introduce them to it. Because Pokemon is family friendly. I mean, even though it is a little bit weird having animals fight each other, it's still family friendly. So it's, hey, this thing I loved when I was a kid, it's time for me to teach my kid.
Yeah.
And I think what that's doing is it's creating a huge influx of interest. And for years, you couldn't play the old cards. They were so weak compared to the new cards. They were unplayable. So they had no value. Then that value starts coming back with Pokemon Go. Right? All of a sudden, people wanted Gen 1 Pokemon because Pokemon Go. And as Pokemon Go has progressed, you've seen that movement into later sets. But then you just saw this boom. And I think, like I said, I think it's because I keep telling people it's that it's my generation finally has money.
That's true.
And it's not only that, but one thing that I think has also catapulted that is the co-emergence of people wanting physical assets they can hold. So you're seeing like just a complete explosion in the basketball trading card market where people are walking around with like PSA 9 Topps Chrome LeBrons and treating it as like a $20,000 stock, right? And like they go even during COVID, they're flying. You have these YouTube influencer types. They fly to different card shows, and they're like hey, I'm going to turn this 40,000 into 60,000 the next 3 hours. Watch it live, and then they do it. They just go flip, 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 boom. I mean, it's almost like, and then of course you have super influencers like Jake Paul with X million amount of viewers, and he's like, "Oh, I just bought my fifth first edition Pokemon box. I got an awesome deal on it. It was only $425, and at first I was like, $425 is really expensive for a booster box, and then I realized it was $425,000. And so people like him have like pack buy-ins because now you have YouTube combining everything's driving this fervor, right? And then we were locked inside with the pandemic. It was scary, so we jumped back into our comfort food of collecting. And so you have the comfort food of collecting, you have the volatility of the stock market, so you want something you can hold in your hand. And then past that, if you share like a passion with your family, like sports or Pokemon or comics, I and and to further complicate or make it easier, the whole grading thing, right? Grading's been around for a long time. This is the biggest it's ever been. PSA, if you do like the generic, value bundles, send in like a card to get graded for $12, it's a 12-month turnaround time. I mean, it's crazy right now. So all this stuff is just accumulated on top of one another. And I don't know if you
See,
guys.
I think that's something else too. Is it's like
Yeah.
we were locked inside the house. So if I had a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old, and we gotta find something to do that isn't watching Bubble Guppies or whatever, even though Bubble Guppies is awesome, we got to find something to do. I could teach them Pokemon, but I'm not gonna know what all the new stuff is. I gotta have the stuff from when I was a little kid that I can remember how it works. And then I could teach them Pokemon. That's a thing we can do. My nephew is my oldest nephew is 5. I'm teaching him Dungeons and Dragons through Zoom. Like, and his mom's like, I don't remember it being that way. I'm like, well, I'm teaching him the new rules because I still play, and his mom hasn't played since 2nd edition. And she's going, oh, it's changed a lot. I go, yeah, but if she had to teach him, she'd have to teach him 2nd edition. Mm-hmm. So you're seeing some of that too. That nostalgia factor is coupled with we got to find something to do. And, I'm not about to teach this kid English. I might as well teach him a useful skill like Magic the Gathering. So.
And then that whole, like, everything, just kept going and going, and people are trying to figure out the next thing. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but it hit, comics 2 weeks ago in the form of the 1990 Impel Marvel Universe Series 1 set. Where I'm sure 2 weeks ago you could buy that set for $20, and now a raw Stan Lee is going for $165 on average on eBay in like the last 3 days. And they're saying it's rookie
sell
card.
those things to me that they were better for lighting. I used to tell people who wanted to sell those things to me that they were better for lighting fires than for collecting.
I like that set. I have good memories of that set. I like it. So.
Right, but if I'm not going to buy it from you, if you want to give it to me, I'll take it.
Right.
Back then, they weren't worth anything. So it's not like I could invest capital in them. So, it's wild how much that has changed as well. I mean, in the Gem Mint 10 Deadpool card from the back of X-Force 1.
Oh my gosh, because that had to be like $1 comic for the longest time, right?
Well, I think the Deadpool version, if you had the Deadpool card, after Deadpool the movie came out, it jumped to like $5 for that book.
Okay, but then it jumped to like 50 last week. So
about 3 years ago, it jumped to like 15 for that book, no matter what the card was, because the speculators got a hold of it, and then it cooled back out, and now it's ridiculous and people are dumb.
I can't wait to shoot the show where I go into my far back stock and do an Indiana Jones style hunt for the Ark, because I do have a long box of those just sitting back there somewhere.
Wow, yeah. Fun. I mean, that's one of the fun things about collectibles is just in the back of your mind you're like, surely there's something I have in my collection that's valuable I don't know about, and then something surfaces like that. But it's it's fun, and to Kyle, to your point, we all know the adage, like, something's only worth what someone will pay for it, right? And one man's trash is another man's treasure. So if you don't, you don't have, yeah. So
I'm not
I don't.
saying that we all shouldn't make as much money as we can off of this, but I will be the first in line to laugh in someone's face when they're angry a year from now that their X-Force #1 isn't worth anything.
Yeah.
I know I have a long box of them somewhere. I like Jen. I know every comic store has one.
Mm-hmm.
Is it worth it for me to go dig it out right now? No. Like, even the amount of money I can make off that right at this second, thinking about where it's at and where I'd have to go to get it.
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
You know what's funny now is like for the longest time in the industry, it became kind of this game where people would try to find someone would please take my long boxes of back issues for $10 a long, please, please, please. And you could get them all day long. And now everyone's long box hungry, especially for stuff that's like seen as like potential, holy grail digs, like 90s boxes right now. So like I'm playing the game currently where I know someone who usually buys boxes for $10 and he wants my stuff. And I'm not selling it to him for $10, but I'm trying to get him to give me long boxes of modern. So it's like we're playing this shell game of like who's gonna get what from whom. And people are there's people calling stores and just being like, I'll take everything you have in back stock at X dollars a long. I don't care what it is. It's a weird world, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a storage locker full of long boxes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting on a grail.
Yeah.
Meh. I know what's going to happen. Eventually, the market's going to cool. But I'm not willing to let it go because I've got Comic-Cons I've paid for that I need to be able to set up at.
Yeah.
But it's really tempting not to call Jen, not to call my friend Chris, not to call some of these people and be like, look,
I'll show up with a truck.
I'd rather have the money than the books.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think, at some point I'd rather have the books. Like, it's this whole weird thing, right? But I'd rather have the books or the money. I gotta figure it out. But, it's people selling volume are making out like bandits right now. And I'm still, like, trying to do 3-book deals with guys on books from the 1940s.
Yeah.
Like, it's still all I care about. Like, I want to buy your silver and your gold.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else is like, I will take your 90s nothing.
Yeah. Well, and that's the conundrum of a collector is we collect. So we're comfortable keeping stuff and accumulating stuff. Some people aren't comfortable doing that. And now they're seeing an opportunity of they don't care what's in that box. They're going to sell it for $3 a pop on eBay and just put in that hustle. And you could do that, but you could do. I mean, if like I don't have the energy to take a box and do 200 separate eBay transactions right now. Like I just physically, I'm not set up for it. I don't have the space. I don't feel like doing it. So like,
right.
but I also don't want to relinquish what I know could be worth hundreds in each box for, tens of dollars. And so I'm kind of like, that's where I kind of have the attitude. Also, it's not the on the comics or the money. It's just that at some point I'm going to have the energy to do this, or I'm just going to keep them forever and I'm fine either way. So,
right.
I'll give you an example of a crazy thing that happens, like just within a couple months, things like this can happen. So we had a collection that came in, one of our regular customers brought. We'd already gone through it and pulled the things that we thought were worthwhile and put prices on them. And they've already gone through some shows that we've gone to. And then I've been going through and doing some crazy 80s and 90s shows, just like, and I advertise them as things you don't want. And people can buy it off. They're like, you're not the boss of me. I want all this. So I went through the last like 3 or 4 boxes that didn't make the live show. And there was a section of Star Wars in there about this big, in which everything Star Wars now is insane.
Oh, yeah.
And there just happened to be right in the middle of that a run of 1 through 6 of Star Wars. I cannot remember the subtitle of it, but it's the one that has like the first Darth Revan and a new Darth that no one cared about until yesterday. And it's a $500 set of books. It went from cover price to $500. Nuts.
And you had, speaking of trading cards, you had a huge wrestling find, right? Was that a few months back?
Yeah,
oh my God, that set was insane. That set was
mine has been bringing me stuff over the years, and this is just when I think there's nothing left that he wants to bring me, he'll be like, I don't know, I got this stuff that's junk. You don't want to do whatever you want with it. Hopefully it sells. And I looked at the cards and thought to myself that they were just like, okay, well maybe these are $20 sets. But luckily I looked it up before I did anything dumb, like offered it for $20. And I think that pair of sets ended up selling for like $3,000. I had no idea that 1982 and 1983 wrestling cards were worth so much money.
Yeah, and now it's funny because like in the last week, it's like people are just finding every shred of anything they can to say it's someone's rookie card. Like, here's a Rock rookie card from 1998, $700. Just, I mean, in any sport, anything. I guess so with the Impel stuff. Like, here's Wolverine's rookie card, even though Wolverine had like 19 cards before that and all this. And is a fictional person, right? but it's
Also, was Wolverine ever a rookie? I mean, he's a comic book character. He was not a professional athlete.
right. You can be a rookie.
Well, I mean, Wolverine's rookie card for years has been Incredible Hulk 181.
Well, sure. Yeah.
Like that's what he gets. That's his first appearance.
Yeah.
What else you gonna do? I mean, I think that's the other thing that's weird that I don't fully understand, and I think it's me being that hey, you kids, get off my lawn kind of collector, where it's just because you say something is a first appearance or a rookie card doesn't mean it actually is.
Oh, sure. Just
because
the PSA 10 doesn't mean it is.
Right. Well, it's so the Deadpool card, right? It's Deadpool's rookie card. No.
1987 Comic Images.
Right. Well, you got to look at, his first appearance, which would be his rookie appearance, is New Mutants 98, which has held that value for a long time. Right? It's the card itself is just a different interpretation of something you've already seen. So not to call it, because it's a card, it's worth something and not a comic book. It makes no sense. And what it's going to wind up doing is it's going to wind up bursting the bubble on the market.
Sure.
And it's going to be a problem because there are going to be a lot of people who are heavily invested and who have big aspirations in this that are going to get hurt. And in my mind, it just doesn't make any sense at all to look at this as anything more than a passing fad and a bubble that will eventually burst. This is Beanie Babies right now. And I hate to say that because my whole livelihood is based on making money off of this thing. Like, and it scares the crap out of me because I have no idea what's going to happen when it does eventually end, if it eventually ends. So I'm investing in things that I think will hold their value. That's where I'm at. I'm buying silver. I'm buying gold. I'm buying original art. Because that stuff, even if it goes down, is still going to hold its value a little bit better because it's still it's the rarest of the rare. Yeah. Jen, how many Golden Age comics walk through your door a year that you can buy?
Hardly any, and almost none of them are superhero. They're almost all the other stuff that no one really is collecting.
Romance and Western and right. Silver Age a little more common. I mean, good Silver Age is, hard to come by, but Silver Age is more common. But then how many pages of original art walk through the door? None.
Almost none.
Right. So when it all comes to an end, that's the stuff that'll be left because it'll still be rare.
Mhm.
I don't know. I hope
Yeah.
it doesn't end anytime soon, though. I hope all my friends and I and everybody has an opportunity to make a crap ton of money.
Either
Off of this.
or it becomes like it doesn't go back down. That the market kind of normalizes where it is now. That I don't see. There's some stuff that's just gone crazy, and there's no reason for it to be high. But like super modern stuff, I don't agree with any of that. The big uptick on those. But
Right.
I mean, 90s is old for a lot of people. It doesn't seem old to us at all. But
Right. No, I
that's
mean,
old.
like I said, 90s is vintage now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that stuff isn't course correcting for years of being worth nothing. I'm talking about the really sort of I'm looking for esoteric and niche and small stuff from the 90s. Charizard cards being worth what they once, being worth ridiculous money, or, again, the Deadpool card or whatever, just stuff that makes no sense.
You know what's funny? I just thought of something. There's been one card, a Charizard card, that's been on eBay for $1,200 for years. Because that's the one people would always come to me and say, I've got a Charizard card. It's worth $1,200. And I'd be like, no, man, I sell those for $30. I don't think so. I bet you right now that dude sold finally his Charizard for $1,200.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like
And it's how many realist fees did he pay over the years? Did he make any money?
probably no.
So, but it's interesting that we talked about it. One of the stories I sent everybody was about this new show that's coming from the BBC. Did you see this, Mark? Did you get a chance to look at that? I sent it.
I did, and I can tell you that Black Mirror is one of the most terrifying shows I've seen. So I don't need to see a free version of Black Mirror.
Right. So it's a show called Years and Years. It's produced by the BBC. It's supposed to be scarier than Black Mirror.
Nope.
Do you want me to read you the thing? Because I think it's actually
Go ahead. Yeah.
So Years and Years chronicles the mental, emotional, and physical decline of a single British family over the course of 15 years, equally deteriorating in an equally deteriorating futuristic society. So this family, it starts with it's a wild premise that only gets crazier when the show starts out within a realistic context of a controversial businesswoman running for political office, and technology slowly integrating itself into people's day-to-day lives. And then one cataclysm after another, like a nuclear detonation, a stock market collapse, an epidemic. And
too soon.
But they don't end in a shocking, like, one-off thing. It doesn't just end. It just becomes the new normal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Right. I'm going, this is terrifying because this is my life.
Yeah, this is way too soon. I can't do it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Like, all right, I'm with you. I'm totally with you. But no. Can we not look at what I'm actually going through right now as a documentary? Like, yeah, I'm not okay.
What I think is so interesting is that all of the sitcoms that I watch basically play at that the pandemic existed, but they're just at a time that's right afterward. So they still refer to it, but it's not going on. And I'm just like, going, this is so weird. TV is so bizarre.
You watch Mr. Mayor with Ted Danson?
Yeah.
They handle it phenomenally. Like it's amazing.
Have you guys watched the new Punky Brewster?
No. Oh, whoa! Is that out? That's out. Are you serious? Is that out already?
Yes, it's on Peacock.
He's gone.
It's everything.
Okay, look, because I wanted to watch Saved by the Bell, and I got Peacock through Comcast, and I watched Saved by the Bell. I did not understand I was going to love Saved by the Bell. Like, I think there is no better way they could have done that show. And I've been waiting and waiting for Punky Brewster. I never looked up a date, foolishly, but if they do anything like that, It's going to be awesome.
So here's what's wild, right? So Punky Brewster ended before I was born. But I watched that show every day coming up. Like it was on reruns on like Nickelodeon. And I wanted to be Punky Brewster. Like one of my first crushes, it was between
Get me away from
the Pink Power Ranger and Punky Brewster for my first crush. Like hard to pick. So like I'm starting back in 1984. I watched all the new stuff, but they have the whole series on there. So I'm rewatching all the original episodes now. And I watched all the new ones, and it's great. The kids in it are great because she's grown up and she's got her own family. Oh, and her best friend is still Cherry, played by the same woman.
Oh, perfect.
And her ex-husband is Freddie Prinze Jr., who, by the way, do you know why he took the job? There's a story out there about why he took the job. Is because Sarah Michelle Gellar told him if she can't be Punky Brewster, he had to at least pretend to be married to her.
Awesome.
Like, because he was retired from acting. He wasn't doing it anymore. He was doing voice acting, but he wasn't acting on screen. He was a stay-at-home dad, doing some gaming stuff, writing primarily. And it's like, this is it, right? Like, he's doing it, and it's amazing. The show is just everything.
In your rewatch from the 80s, have you gotten to the refrigerator episode yet? The CPR episode?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I'm taking my time on it.
That's a very special episode ever.
I'm taking my time on it because there are points where I can't stand Henry.
Oh, yeah.
Like, where it's just too sad. It's too sweet. He's like, oh, you're worth every penny I spend. Oh, come on. Grosseroo, to steal a phrase from the show.
I remember three things about that show. There was a weird spider episode for like a 2-part Halloween special. There was the don't hide in refrigerators because you could die. And there was an episode where Henry was in the kitchen talking to someone about it costs $18,000 to send a kid to college. I can't afford that. And Punky Brewster ran away because he felt bad. It's like, wow,
Yeah.
There's inflation.
I just watched the first Andy Gibb appearance, where they're in the talent show. And then the other night I watched the one where they go to the Cubs playoff game. And by the way, in that episode, the woman who played the old nun in the Sister Act is playing the old nun in that show. How old was this woman when they made the Sister Act?
Yeah.
And how often did she play nuns? Like, there are so many questions that come from this show. But it's awesome. I can't speak highly enough of it. Everybody should watch Punky Brewster on the Peacock. Oh, and by the way, if you sign up for Peacock now, when WWE Network folds in a few weeks,
$5.
you get WWE Network. Huh?
For $5 or for free?
It's part of the paid subscription.
Oh, okay.
And I went ahead and bit the bullet and got the $9 no commercials subscription. Because I got tired of having to hit play every time.
Yeah.
But, it's I haven't watched Saved by the Bell yet. Saved by the Bell doesn't hold the same place in my zeitgeist.
Understood.
It totally does, because I watched Saved by the Bell, but like when I saw Punky Brewster, I'm like, oh, never mind. I can watch all these other things. Like I was watching the new Keenan show. I was watching Young Rock. Nope, on hold. I'm watching Punky. It's great. Great.
Another example of nostalgia coming back full force with some of the stuff they're doing. They were supposed to remake Coach a few years back, and that didn't happen. And then the whole Roseanne debacle, which is still on, but as the Connors.
The Connors is way better, I'll be honest, than the Roseanne reboot.
Yeah, it really is. It really is, but it'll just be interesting to see what else is next. Well, we've gone over an hour just talking about like Charizards and Punky Brewsters. So, you guys have anything? You guys have anything you want to sign off with?
Tomorrow's Sorry, tomorrow. Wednesday is a really big comic book release day, including Berserker
Mm-hmm.
for my man Keanu.
Now, didn't I thought they got pushed back to next week.
Oh, maybe it did. I don't
Now,
think so.
I see it online listed as coming out.
But
I thought they pushed back to the 10th, and then the foils were the 17th.
I have an ungodly amount of books headed my way, so it would be really confusing to me have that many books coming in boxes and have it not be part of it. So we'll see. I'll find out. And then ENIAC, our first bad idea book. We'll see how bad that idea is. Excited for that one. And then like the next High Republic. It's a big book release if it's all truly coming out this week.
Yeah. I got I'm trying to think of what I have to talk about. I got nothing. My notes were all, hey guys, guess what? So Mark, when you're not here and like I do like the research, everything is a joke. Like I don't take anything seriously. So like my story was apparently Zack Snyder never stopped speaking because he said some more stuff that's not of any relevance to anyone this week. Like that was one of my stories. And then the other one was that, oh, by the way, Tom and Jerry, second biggest box office opening since the pandemic started. All right. And people laughing when I said Tom and Jerry was going to be a hit.
Yeah. No,
the only thing that's bigger is Wonder Woman 1984.
I meant to actually watch that this weekend. I haven't got around to it, but that's one of those movies where it's perfect for me because I will instantly watch it streaming, but I probably wouldn't have gone to a theater to see it. So I think that that one, I just like the look of it, like the combined animation live action. I just like the way they did it. They didn't try to do any weird like CG Tom and Jerry or anamorphic, real animals or yeah. And then
is this the first family release though since the pandemic started? Really? What other big Trolls? But that went straight to VOD. I'm trying to think of any other big family movies came out.
Mulan.
But was that really a family movie? That thing had some violence.
Yeah,
and
but
that went straight to streaming, didn't it?
Kaya and the Last Dragon.
Disney Plus.
Kaya and the Last Dragon comes out the next week. That's going to be big.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to think. I don't know. The Croods. Croods
oh yeah,
2.
Right. Croods, the second Croods. Yep, definitely.
And I think it actually had the third highest pandemic box office for what that's worth. But
it was in the.
Hold on, I have the numbers.
Like 6 months.
By
the way, it's like 21 lines of my invoice is all Berserker, so it must be in those boxes.
Oh my gosh!
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So it did. So Tom and Jerry did 14.11 million.
Yeah, that's a lot for right now.
Wonder Woman did 16.1. And then the Croods. Oh, I thought I had the Croods numbers here. I don't have the Croods numbers here. But the Croods were behind that by
a bit.
Yeah. But the thing about the Croods is it came out Thanksgiving, so it was a 5-day weekend.
Yes.
So its numbers don't even compare apples to apples.
No. And the only timely news I had was a bit of casting on the Obi-Wan Disney Plus series. They cast Caslin, I'm gonna butcher her name, but basically the actress that played Elaria Sand on Game of Thrones, Cassandra Varma. But no word on what she's gonna play. Of course, the big news from that show was announced a while back when Hayden Christensen's gonna reprise his role of Darth Vader, whatever that's worth. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that once it finally comes out. And then we're just gonna hold off on WandaVision because the finale is Friday, so I'm sure we'll have lots to say about that next week.
I was disappointed in the latest episode. Coming off of the episode before it where I was so high, I thought this episode was cool. I thought it was awesome, but I thought it could have been so much cooler and so much more awesomer.
I know you probably wanted to see like an entire episode done in the throwback style with Agatha all along, right? Because that's kind of what I wanted to see.
Kind of a little bit. No, it's like, okay, I get what you're doing. I get where you're going. It felt like a really good stepping stool to wherever they're going, which I'm good with. Like I said, I thought it was great. I just thought it could have been so much better than it was.
Yeah, I'm hoping they really. I'm hoping something big happens in the finale. It's got to be big. Something big.
I'm hoping that it's like, you know, the way I felt about the original Avengers Infinity War, where I was like, that could have been so much cooler than it was. But they've only done half the work.
Right.
Because you had to watch Endgame to get the full story. It's like turning in half the math homework. You know, you got to be able to get all get all the points, you got to do both parts. So I'm hoping that the last episode is like a second part of this past week's episode. You know, like they literally butt up like this. And then, but the mid-credit scene though.
Oh yeah. A little nod to John Byrne run on Avengers.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So.
Right. I thought the mid-credit scene was the high point of the episode.
I mean, I liked all of it. I liked all of it. I love the show. So I do understand what you were saying a couple of weeks back about wanting it to be like quirky sitcom, and I was just thinking like I would have loved to see a 30-minute Agatha all along episode. That would have been awesome. She's just fantastic in that show, just fantastic. But
right, I was disappointed they didn't pay off the mid-credit scene from the episode before.
Yeah, I've got some theories on that, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, give us a taste. Like, it doesn't have to be much. Just give us a little something.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
We'll see, though. But, well, since we're over time, I guess that's all the time that we have on Nerd News. But thanks for watching. Thanks, Kyle and Miss Jen and Brainy earlier on. He had to take off, but we always appreciate him as usual. And thank you for watching Nerd News Now, part of the Kingdom of Geekdom on Woodlands Online, sponsored by Space Cadets Collection, and the Venture Begins. Check out our other shows on Woodlands Online, like Taste Buds Music Cafe, the Venture Begins Show, The Best You Weekly, Fallout, Sports Talk, and more. You can watch all these on Woodlands Online and on KBQT HD21 over the air on your TV if you're in the Houston area. All these shows and more on Roku. Just search and add Woodlands Online TV to your streaming lineup, and you can listen to the podcast version of this on Spotify, iTunes, Stitcher, or wherever you get your podcast from. We'll see you next time on Nerd News Now.